Hey, bounce.
Hey, hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your boy, Professor Lon. We're going for part two by popular demand. We're going to address the issues from yesterday, and I'm gonna let my co-host take the con. I will interject here and there, but the topic remains the same. Are they up in our mix? Cosplaying for clout. The conclusion yesterday was yes, and cosplaying for benefits and money. Um, that scholarships, professions, all of the above. But at this moment, I'm going to relinquish control to my co-host, and they're going to educate us. Let me sit back, relax, and enjoy. Talk to y'all in a minute. Nikki and
Hey,
Marnie, y'all have the con.
hey, yeah, we're going to talk about some issues with immigrants stepping on our toes. And we're talking about politically, because we know that every time we try to make a move with the OMB, which is going to change the census, what happens is that a lot of foreigners who are on the NAACP, NARCN and COBRA, and the Congressional Black Caucus, people like that like to step in the way, and we find out that they're immigrants. It seems that lately there are a lot of people that we thought were Black Americans that are immigrants. And it's getting pretty spooky out there. Every time I turn around, a Caribbean falls out of the tree. So I don't know what we're going to do about it within this group, but it's definitely an issue. But we're going to talk about some of the things that immigrants have done here to us, and we may not know it. And that's the scary part about it. We don't know that these things are happening. We can't tell what the Congressional Black Caucus is doing with their time. And I assure you, 90% of it is talking about female genital mutilation, honor killings. They even addressed human sacrifice. And these are things that don't have anything to do with Black Americans. Um, they have talked about a lot of these issues that have to do with foreigners. And they want to also include Arabs in this. And I'm confused because Arabs are all over our scholarships, but they don't like us in the store. So how does that work? You're getting our scholarships that are branded with our heroes' names on them. Yeah, sent me a screenshot of the scholarship winners, and a great deal of them were Arab. Another huge chunk were Indian, and only a small amount of people were Black American. There was a huge chunks of Africans, huge chunks of Arabs, and now some Caribbeans have similar names, so I don't know what the remainder were, but I do know who the foreigners were. And so that's a cause for concern that most of these organizations are led by Caribbeans. And it's confusing because there was a Afro Latino guy who was trying to be on the Congressional Black Caucus, and they told him no, but it's okay to have every Caribbean on there. It, like, what's the difference? Neither one of those groups represents us. So I'm going to, because people like to talk about um, how we need to go back to Africa. And I just want to read a couple of things that our people said about going to Africa. So let's do this one. Frederick Douglass. The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. His ancestors for 200 years 270 years have lived and labored and died on American soil, and millions of his posterity have inherited Caucasian blood. I mean, that's just, I mean, especially for him since he had that white father. Um, there are multiple people saying we have decided to stay. That was a speech that Frederick Douglass had that said we have decided to stay, and that was to address people trying to get us off of this land. They tried with Liberia. They've been trying to get us off of this land, and it's not going to work because now we have moved into the right direction away from Pan Africanism, and we're carving out a whole new mindset. Pan Africanism is going to the wayside. Us being aware of things in America and fighting for America is not from a coon perspective like some of the other incarnations of Republicans. We are simply getting the things that we want for the country that benefit us. And if that happens to rub up against the shoulders of white supremacy, or it happens to be aligned with someone that we don't like their background, then so be it. It's called strange bedfellows. Some of the things that are good for us are also good for white Americans, also good for racists. So that's just the way it is right now. We can't continue to take the wrong side and shoot ourselves in the foot just to be in opposition to someone we don't like, even if those things benefit us. Oh, go ahead, Smoothie.
No, I was listening to you cook, but what's going on, Wani, Professor, Nikki?
Hey,
Haven't heard from you guys
Peace.
in a while.
Peace.
I
we
came
were
in here, I
calling
saw
you.
the topic. Say what?
We were calling you.
Yeah, yeah. I've been a little busy. It's the holidays. Sorry about that, but I couldn't help but notice the title. Wonderful topic. I appreciate you got the bravery. You know what I'm saying? So it's been a lot of stuff you probably already know going on this app. Uh, cosplaying FBA. A lot of that going on. Uh, it's a couple on here. A couple who's made up an entire family. Okay, they got a whole Twitter relationship, and they made up a Twitter family. Got a little, they got a little Twitter baby. They cosplaying our family, you guys, our
Do
Black
you know
American
who it
families.
is?
I could name them. You know what? What the hell? Racer Bolex and Jade. They made up a whole Black American family. They a whole baby. It was an inspection date and everything. You guys. I mean, they had a date. I don't like. It's going too far. It's on some Mrs. and Mr. Smith type of stuff on this app. How long are we going to allow people to cosplay us and behave like us and be like us and walk and talk about our history? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm glad you guys are having this space, and I really appreciate it. I hope hopefully you guys are enjoying your holidays, Professor and Nikki and Wani.
Yes. Are
And
you
I'm
going
just
to
here for the
stay in the
conversation, man.
room? Are you
Huh?
going to stay in the room?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna stick around.
Okay.
I'm gonna
So,
stick around.
you
I want
know,
to see where this goes.
we addressed some of the historical infringements on us. But yeah, this is a present day issue, and the person you named has a particular last name. It's very sad because that last name is to a particular Dutch family in the West Indies and nowhere else. It's a rare name because they just made it up. Yeah, it's a rare name. You know how people just change their name to sound more English or whatever they were trying to do? Well, they took a Dutch name and said, yeah, now it's this. And she bears that name. Now, somebody said she wasn't married. And then when I busted out that name and gave the background on the name, they said, oh, that's her ex husband's name. But there's some other problems. She's talking about being a follower of Jah, which is a Rasta god.
Rastafari.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
She's got the dubious distinction of being born in New York. That's a red flag. And she also likes to wear a lot of Rasta hairstyles and colors in all of her pictures. So, you know, with the very rare name only found in the Caribbean and the New York birth, and the fact that there are not a lot of those people. Everybody with that last name here is from one place. And so she says that, I mean, her representatives say they don't have to give an explanation, and they don't. But I'm going to form an opinion based on logic. Go ahead, Kanye.
I just wanted to say I appreciate an intelligent person such as yourself wanting. Shout out to yourself, Professor Nikki Lowski. I asked the same question too. Um, and you can't solve the problem unless you got all the variables. I mean, I may have missed this part. And what I find interesting is they expect us to just blindly trust them while they make these random accusations, albeit through third parties. And again, it's not the emotional part of it I'm looking at, it's the logical part. So we eliminate everything. We just look at what do we know. And then we ask questions to get more. In our fact finding mission, we get stonewalled and told, just trust you. That is the most distrustful shit you can ever do. When you hear grown ass men saying another man must atone for what he did, but is extremely ambiguous and secretive about what that man did. But we see all this fire and fury behind it is ridiculous. Um, but that's another story for a different day. I have to chop it over low ski like that out there. But to answer the question, are foreigners helping our mates cosplay for FBA? Of course they are. Um, now more so than ever. I remember when I first came on this app. If you guys follow me for a while, I've always had the American flag on my bio. I've always had it right after the name, and then at the bottom part, I always had it. I remember a time where everybody had all these different colorful flags in their bios. And all of a sudden, they all disappeared. They all gone now. They're not as they're not as commonplace as they used to be. Uh, all of a sudden, they're all gone. And, like everybody's from New York, and everybody like it's just like all this. You starting to see it, and then also I just find it strange that but one he said was so true. Earlier, there was one of the presidential candidates on this app. You guys know who he is. Very, very, very popular guy. We're honored to have his presence in our spaces. He's a very viable candidate. He should have won. They cheated him. We didn't stop the steal. We got to do better as black people. He decided to come on this app and say that if we agree with anything that white supremacists agree with, we're the same as white supremacists. And I had to remind him that as the head of the executive branch, if your constituents, your taxpaying constituents, by the way, are pointing at a problem and saying, hey, fix this, they have a right to do that. And if we, as black people, are pointing at a problem and say, hey, fix this, and the Caucasians, or white supremacy, whatever the fuck niggas call them these days, are pointing at that same problem and saying, hey, we need to fix this, that means it's a big fucking problem that anybody with eyes can see. That does not mean we're rubbing shoulders with these people. That means we all know what danger looks like. I don't have to be an expert on bears to know that one of those motherfuckers will eat you. The person who doesn't like me doesn't have to be an expert. We see bear, we know that's danger. You see shark, that's danger. It's a difference between seeing the sharks on Discovery Channel and being in the water with them. We all know, hey, it's time to get out the water. We see a shark. But these people love to throw jackets on people and they want to act like they're so high and noble. But then they go back and they actively encourage us to control our own narratives. The brother Lowski was talking the other day, yesterday, about being a police officer in the community. I would much rather somebody who looks like me from my community to be police in my community than somebody who is not, right? Because then those people will then impose harsher penalties on us. And if we don't have the structure in place, guess what? People get fucked out of situations they could have beat by pleading down to lesser charges because it seems better, but it still fucks up their record. So I just think a lot of these people are inserting things inside of our culture that are counterproductive to our overall goal while cosplaying what's in the best interest for us, while pushing the most vile, disgusting stereotypes. Personal opinion. Okay, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. How y'all doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Peace.
I'm salty.
Peace.
I dropped my mom made me an apple pie, and I just dropped it while I was talking. So
The
I'm in vacation.
pie?
Apple pie. She bakes it from scratch, And I just dropped my last piece.
Uh,
Damn, that sounds good.
No, it's terrible, bro. Like I just dropped it. I'm so salty. I just put the ice cream on it. I just took out the microwave. Rip.
Sugar on the floor.
Wow, you can't even get a meal. You can't even get nothing to eat without something without bad luck happening to you. I know that would have been annoying for me. That's just like the time I saw some people drop a whole pizza outside on the ground at the fair at the state fair. They didn't have no more money to get no more pizza either. But I digress. Go ahead.
No, unlucky, unlucky, unlucky me. But yeah,
so
no.
I don't. I was just gonna say I don't. Who was the person you were talking to? Can you name the candidate
Oh,
that said if we
Brother Dion Jenkins, he emphatically stated that.
oh, if we agree with anything that a white supremacist agrees with, we're a white supremacist.
Yeah, he emphatically
Oh,
stated.
okay.
He said that
That's
he said, and I quote Kanye. You mean to tell me what have they said that you agree with? Well, I said, well, they're against assaulting their women. They're against illegal immigration. I'm against that too. And I said they're also against selling drugs to children, which I'm against as well. He was like, yeah, but that's why I said, so you mean to tell me you do the opposite of what white supremacists do? He was like, it depends. I said, okay, well, let's focus on the ones that you don't do. Should we do the opposite of that? He was like, no. Then he kind of caved, but then he had to mute the room to let them know that um, he still opposes what I said while agreeing with what I said. He's a real picture of intelligence, and it's a damn shame he didn't make it further in the primary. I blame brothers like Lowski for not putting the word out.
is
I'll
he
take the credit for that.
is he he's a Democrat, I know, right?
Well, he says he's the independent, but he does support the Democrats because um, there's no such thing as a white supremacist Democrat ever. Like they have not done anything on the black community whatsoever. So that shame on us for even thinking that way. Um, it's really sad that we're just not we're not understanding what's going on here by not accepting their lives.
Because a lot of these MAGA people, and well, some people are calling themselves conservatives, others are just white racists. They don't like it when little girls get their breasts cut off and get puberty blockers. And I agree. So I guess that makes me a white supremacist or whatever. I don't even care. I don't care what labels people put on me. I already know I was wanted to projectile vomit when I saw Diamond and Silk. And so the last thing that I would ever be is a rah-rah or a Diamond and Silk individual. I didn't even vote. So I figured that Trump would win, and I figured that if I didn't vote, that would help him win. So I got to not put my name on anything and get the result that I wanted. Anyway, yeah, these people are going to have to start using logic because they don't have any. They're all emotion, no matter how intelligent they are, no matter how old they get, they're still acting like little third graders. If you like what Johnny likes, then you must like Johnny over me. No, 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 no. We don't want immigrants. And that's just it. That's just it. They have caused so many problems. I remember being a child going to the candy store. Nobody got into fights with the candy man until those people moved in with a nasty attitude. Fighting with the candy man was unheard of. Getting shot in the head by the corner store was unheard of. It was unheard of until they moved in. So I know I was here before they moved in, and I'll be here when they get out. Go ahead, Kanye.
Yeah, I think you touched on something a lot of people missed. There's a thing called common decency that even if we don't like each other in society, there's certain things that were considered taboo, like spitting gum on a sidewalk. That wasn't a thing that you did in our community growing up because it made the place look worse. And when you have people who are outside of the culture and not familiar with that, they don't treat what you hold dear the same way you do. So then you have to get to a point where do you A, re-educate these people, or do B, do you move on? And it's almost like it's comical when you think of it. When you hear what some of the shit these people say out loud, and then you think about it for a second. They only sound smart to stupid people. And unfortunately, there are a lot of stupid people on this planet. When you listen to the dumb shit they say in these spaces, they just echo each other. And so you try to have a reasonable conversation with them, and it goes absolutely nowhere because they don't understand much. Like, I had somebody tell me, right, and I'll explain it to them between a conservative and a Republican, right? And I tell people it's different between being pro-black and pro-Democrat. A pro-Democrat person is going to vote Democrat regardless. A pro-black person is going to vote for what benefits their community. Now, you take a look at Diamond and Silk, the Byron Daniels; those guys are pro-Republican. They're not pro-black. They don't give a fuck what happens to the community. They just want to serve that party. And I say all the time, we have to use the party as a vehicle to get what we want. We have to use the leverage. And Dr. Claude Henderson spoke about this. And I know professors always talking about standing on the shoulder of giants, and I agree. We have to literally look at the work that's been done, the model that works, and we have to use that to our advantage. It doesn't make sense for these damn people to come up with a foolish pride about absolutely nothing. I had a motherfucker say that they're not gonna vote for Trump because what he said about Rosie O'Donnell. Man, fuck that fat. Like, who cares? Who cares? I don't like this. Who cares?
Wait, what he said about what?
Rosie O'Donnell, for crying out loud.
What? What?
Yes, what he said about Rosie O'Donnell, for crying out loud. If he's talking about deporting these immigrants, I'm for it. Get the fuck out. Like, we don't need you out here. Like, that dilutes the vote. The whole point was to dilute the black vote. Idiots are actually becoming an active tool in their own erasure and proud of it and crying that we're not doing the same. So I don't know. I just find but luckily
No,
the
I'm
good.
still trying to understand what he said about Rosie O'Donnell. I apologize for cutting you off, Kanye. I'm just missing something because I've heard him talk about Rosie O'Donnell a lot. Did he say something just recently or
He
what?
called her fat and disgusting.
Oh, he always calling her fat. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, but
no. Okay.
somebody said they were telling me that that's not a presidential like thing, and I said, okay, so what about this, right? Say fat and disgusting. What did it, what did? Well, it hurt people feeling this kind of mean. All right, cool. What about flying a drone over to Muammar Gaddafi and killing it? How does that feel? I think he much have feel have his feelings hurt, his life taken, right? Yeah. So it's like, what are we talking about here? We destabilize an entire country for what? Versus a president that called a bitch fat like 20 years ago. Who gives a fuck? Like, I don't know. The shit that runs through these people's minds is insane. And then for them to stand up and beat their chest and claim they're leading the community is like, it's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. And then when you do the background on these people, like Wani was saying, a lot of them are um, foreign in nature. You can tell by their simplistic thinking. That's not to say all foreigners are simple, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of times they don't have a complete grasp on the culture because they just only cosplayed enough to fool people who not from the culture. Like, people will mistake them for us because of their lack of knowledge, and that's good enough for them.
I agree.
Sorry for the rant, my
Well,
bad. I was just thinking about
No,
this
you
shit.
no,
weren't
it's
ranting. No, it makes sense what you said. I appreciate your contributions. Midwest, would you like to go ahead and speak? You can come off your mic.
Oh, I didn't even raise my hand up. Hey, but I'll say a quick story. I tried to tell you all yesterday, but I'll be really fast. I got a Muay Thai coach. He has a Cuban girlfriend. The girlfriend was saying, I don't know why you black people are a certain way. And then she started bringing up, they black people did the same thing when I was in Cuba. And that's how Castro took control when I was a little girl. And she said Castro took my family's sugar farm. And she kept talking. And I was like, hold up, Castro took your family's sugar plantation? And her face just went as white as a ghost. And she was so shocked and talk about how dare you. And so like that goes back to like how you see what people talk about these foreigners getting in our mix and shit. I'm like, bitch, how you gonna get involved with our shit? You ran away. You don't know what it's like. It wasn't for us. You wouldn't be able to come in. It's just interesting to me. She thought I was a dumb nigga. She thought she could talk to me like she talked to other people, and I wouldn't be able to read in between the lines and use context clues or be able to infer. But I wanted to say that, and I just thought that was so disrespectful.
I missed the first part of what you said she said.
Damn, she said, I don't understand why black people complain about the police and white
Oh,
supremacy and
okay.
everything else. And she was
Okay.
trying to say that they did the same thing in Cuba, and that's how
I
Castro
heard
got
that.
there. Okay.
No, I heard all the rest of it. Well, that's what the problem is. They should stop using the little one brain cell that they have to figure out what's going on over here because it's a different setting. So over there, a lighter skinned Cuban is like the white people of the group. So over here, they're just some person that floated over on a raft. They get shoved into a Hispanic box and they don't have the control. So they need to get it together. When they're over here, they try to pull some kind of race superiority and they don't have any superiority. Make my taco and mow my lawn and get in your place. And that's the end of it. They don't have what they think they have. The only reason that they're doing as well as they are is because they keep squatting out anchor babies all over Miami. That's the only reason any of these people are talking. That's why this administration coming in is going to put an end to that attitude. Just the attitude. They have an attitude because nobody enforces the immigration laws. So it makes them say, hey, yeah, I can set up a neighborhood anywhere. I can move people out. We can intimidate the last black family on the block. We can do any of that. And then we can turn around and pressure Kenrick to put us in his video and throw a hissy fit if we can't be in it at the same time blowing his people's faces off. And I don't know why people can't see that, but Mexicans are not friends to Black Americans in California and have not been since the 50s, possibly 60s, when we used to go over to East LA to get tacos and get our cars jacked up on hydraulics. And they wore zoot suits at a point. Those are the times that we did get along. Well, we don't get along now because it's a bunch of people that ran across the border and they are not Chicanos. They're not American. They haven't been here and they have an attitude and they have overpopulated and they have taken over that Chicano voice. Because I remember that Chicano voice was, whoa, 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 wait a minute. We don't want all these people coming over here. And then it got drowned out. Their voice got drowned out. I had never heard a Chicano speak in decades about people running across the border. Now, I don't know if they just shut them up or if they died off or if they don't exist. I don't know what happened to Chicanos, but the whole landscape with Hispanics was different. And that's why we did say black and brown at a time, although it was still very one sided because we were helping them with their labor problems and their farm worker problems, and they didn't help us with anything. Okay? We were extending olive branches and they were running around talking about brown panthers, but they didn't help us with anything. They were getting inspired, they were getting supported by us, but they didn't help us with anything. We just took them taking our help as a black and brown alliance. That's low self esteem. Oh, thank you for taking my help. We're best buddies now. Yeah, that's gay. Knock it off. I'm not doing that anymore. Hold your own nuts is the correct term for what they need to go through. And remember, these are not poor, beat down people. These people all have countries with UN seats and they can raise their voice if they want to. I bet you they do it. I bet you they get on that UN seat when their asses get projectile vomited back across that border. They'll be screaming to the UN, we're being treated, we're stateless now. Mexico won't take us. Oh, it's going to be a lot of crying. And I don't care because they still have countries. They come over here talking about wanting to uh, get into Hollywood. They have a whole media in South America. Go over there. Why do you need to come up here and then have the audacity, the Latinacity to complain that you have to play black roles and you're not black? Yeah, that's what one of them said. I'm not black, I'm Latina. I'm tired of taking all the black American roles. Are these people on crack?
Yeah, and what is
Really?
Latina?
Nothing. Something they made up. But whatever you are, I don't give a damn. whatever uh, discrimination you face at the hands of lighter Latinos, I don't give a damn. That's your job to fight colorism and ethnic bigotry. We already went through that, and we're not going through it with you. You go do that back at home. You don't like the way white Latinos act? Do something about it. Stop trying to be a white Latino, and maybe you can fight better. You see, it's very difficult for Sammy Sosa to go head to head with white supremacy when he's trying to be white. Do you see a problem there in their minds? You're trying to be white. How are you going to fight Mark McGuire in a big showdown when you want to be Mark McGuire? Explain that.
You
These
remember
people
that,
are,
Wani?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
In Chicago, that was a big thing. Me being from, seeing the Cubs and everything. I thought that was interesting.
Who's next?
Well, I did want to ask. I wanted to say how we're talking about delineating, and a few years ago, there were people who are not of the lineage. They just didn't seem to know what the movement was about. I ran into several of them. And so they were just showing, us who they are, and I know we mentioned this yesterday, but I kind of wanted to just bring the conversation back to that because some people might still want to talk about that. But they came in here and they were showing us who they are, like that, like the guy, I'm not even gonna say his name. There's this African guy who I knew from Facebook. He was telling everybody that he was FBA for a while, and that was before we delineated. He had a wife in New York who he said was FBA, and then he started telling everybody that he was African once somebody called him out on it. And now he's a full-fledged hater because he doesn't like the delineation process. So, do you feel like us delineating is going to cause a lot of people to start pretending to be FBA? That's what I was going to ask you.
Oh, who me? Yes, I do. Um,
And what
they
are we going
have
to
no choice. They have no choice but to either pretend or then become a hater. Go ahead, Savannah.
Hi, thank you for this for the mic, Professor Nikki and Wani, for hosting the space. Of course, especially when it's just human nature for them. When you look at what happened during the Japanese internment camps, they were all pretending to at least be Korean or Chinese, and then eventually they started to send in the Korean and Chinese, right? Um, but I think because we have a bit more we have progressed a lot more with technology that they know who we are. There won't be any of that, and so um, I think it's funny. They'll try. I personally think we should have a list going of people who said we wouldn't get reparations going, and they should be denied. Like, I think we should start that because I've seen a lot of our own people who, for their own interests, whether they're married to an immigrant or whatever, have basically have like basically f everything black and have taken into just becoming internalized like anti-blackness, right? Like the Katanji Brown chick. Um, like, Can we all admit, you know? I don't know. She's my definition of a failed shero, basically, um, because of the simple fact. For me, growing up, I never thought that we were supposed to take one accomplishment and like make it a whole. But when I don't know what her lineage is, but I think when we started questioning, they saw that and they quickly started putting out articles about her lineage, right? Um, it would have been nice to see a Black American in first, Supreme Court justice, but I think what we have to do is be. I would like to see if we could go through history and remove everybody that's ever crossed parade, right? That would be nice, because if we have to, I don't know, be a little bit more realistic in that we can't allow any gray area because of the simple fact they're so good about it, especially with the 90s and looking at a lot of these stars. I love the Jamie Foxx show. I love the Jamie Foxx show. But what's her name, Gracilis or whatever? She was saying some grimy shit during the election season, right? And it's like everybody, we're now seeing that a lot of the shows that we grew up with, or at least I grew up with, had a lot of cross players in them, and they're now all exposing themselves. Um, does anyone know like Holly Robinson, her family, like lineage? She's also been another one, grimy, like saying like a lot of weird things
What
in
did she
terms.
say? Do you remember?
Well, she is like quote unquote really good friends with Kamala because like I believe
Mm.
they're, yeah, I think they're like sisters or whatever. And her and her mom were helping her campaign basically. And yeah, so there's that. And just basically pushing that whole trans stuff and how kids should have autonomy over their body, um, which we all know what that leads to. Um, but yeah, I mean, just like looking at their politics now, it all makes sense. So if we could go back and just omit a lot of them, I think we would have a lot more first, right? Because when we look at the first congressperson in Congress, the Democrat that they put in 1995, I believe she was from like Bahamas or Jamaica or something. Like she wasn't even Black
Where's
American.
that? Where's that Supreme Court justice from? Because she was really hiding her background.
I think we all said Jamaican. I thought it was Jamaican.
Which one,
Yeah, she
Cassandra Brown?
Jamaican.
Oh
Yeah,
my
after
God!
research.
Hey,
And
what's
she
up,
doesn't
Wally?
Why
know
are
what
they
a
always
woman is.
Jamaican?
Hey,
Why are they always Jamaican?
because
No,
they
I said
can't
that.
stay out of this country.
Exactly, and they hate theirs, right? And it's grimy and it's nasty. Like me personally, if I see something, if I see trash, I'm gonna pick it up, right? But they don't operate like that. Like look at New York. New York is disgusting. Like somebody else was saying, um, throwing gum on the street. You don't do that. Throw it. Get some tissue, put it in the garbage can, right? You learn that at a very young age, and if you can't do that, you don't chew gum.
But that's immigrant. The immigrants are the ones that don't have any civilization. That's why they slam the door in people's faces and spit and throw things around. Sure, Americans do those things too, but not like that.
I mean, look at
Especially they read the room also. They say, wait a minute, they're not doing that over here, so I got to clean my act up. Even if they do know how to read the room.
how they run sanitation. Like they just put their garbage on the streets. That's what DEI does. That's when you don't incorporate and educate people on standard cleanliness, then they run the city like a garbage truck. The whole city is a garbage dump. It's nasty. So it's like we were being so open. That's what hurt us. We were always that's my dishwasher, y'all. Sorry. We were being so kind and so open and so willing to just try to know everybody and try to get along with everybody, not knowing. Well, you all caught on that they were stabbing us in the back, and it hurts more. And I think they get upset with us because we talk about them more. But when you quote unquote look like us, that's dangerous. That's where you get the Paul Revere's. That's where that's where you get the agents. That's where you get the real. That's where it becomes dangerous because you look like us. You know, we don't need any more Judas. We don't. So that's where I'm at on that.
Can everyone please share the space if you haven't? Thank you.
Who's next?
It's either, I think it's DeVoe or DeBlack. Whoever came up first. Let me see. I think the black came up first. Go ahead, DeBlack.
The vote can go right now. I'm doing something.
Okay.
I raised my
All
hand.
right, come off your mic, DeVoe, please. Thank you, DeBlack. Black. You can come off your mic. Go ahead.
What's up, Professor Wani, Nikki? Hey, everybody.
Peace. Welcome to the stage.
I thought the title was interesting because I just came from some space where these Pan African Black Americans and these immigrants are having their get together, and we gotta be aware of this dynamic where these people are anti-American, because I'll tell you some of the things the Black American Pan Africans were saying in that space is we'll never get reparations because we don't deserve it, because we want to preserve and uphold the white supremacist system instead of destroying it. So these people are just anti-American, and they want to see our country fall, and they don't. I don't believe anybody who's truly a true Black American wants to see anything like that. So these people are not of our culture, they're not of our mindset, and they are sitting up trying to tell me I'm not Black because I don't want to destroy my own country. This is why delineation has to be, it has to ring from coast to coast, and this has to be the calling card of our community, even I think so higher than reparations, because without our identity we don't have nothing to even identify to get reparations. So this is problem number one right now for us, is these people cosplaying, because and then you got people in there in anonymous, they'll think those people are us. They're trying to destroy the country, and then they'll come back and say those people are us. So we have to just be aware of what we're truly dealing with here. Skin color and race and all those things, that is a thing of the past. And they were lies to begin with. That it was never anything scientific about it. It's just something white man made up because it was easier to subjugate people, and we're not following that anymore. And they want us to, because that is the only way these people, these anti-American people, have any clout, by latching on to our lineage. Because if they were saying this and they weren't trying to pretend to be us, nobody would take them seriously. Nobody would care. They'd probably be deported somewhere. We just need to watch our lineage very, very tough nowadays, because that just shocked my system when I seen all those people in there saying we'll never get reparations because we don't want to burn the country down. We can't deal with any people like that. But I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna drop down. Just wanted to tell everybody that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kanye.
So I just kind of want to add to what Devo was saying. I do a lot of these people who are talking never held a job that's essential to society. Uh, they don't understand how power grids work. They don't understand how sophisticated our medical system is, our emergency services, or any of them. Right? They just kind of exist, and building all that from scratch, it's doable, but it's a lot hard, especially when we can just literally get what's owed to us here. And no, we don't want this country to burn. I want this country to pay us what they owe us. And until that day comes, I'm gonna keep working and providing for myself as I'm already doing. But I will not give up that fight because we should get what we owe. And I find that the people with the most quote unquote radical thoughts about the situation are doing the least work in real life. So when I hear these dudes sit up and they cozy up next to people who hate this country while leaving this country, where the hell are you gonna go back to? Sister Wani, shout out to her, as the first black woman to travel to all countries on the planet. And she can tell you more than most that when you get to these countries, you say, I'm black like you. They say, no, you're not. They're not gonna welcome you with open arms. That's some fairy tale shit that even the proprietor of the movement didn't even make it to Africa. So when I hear niggas saying this shit, it's like it's just not realistic, bro. So if y'all do burn down your only home for the chance to get in somebody else's home, fools up, fools move, right? You're gonna leave yourself out there in the cold, nowhere to go. The only reason why people want to come here is because they the progress we've made between us and our government, and they have not been able to do the same with their government because they will flee. to come to where we are. So it's real stupid. It's a very ignorant thing for people to do. I don't even understand why niggas still talking about the shit. If you think that us talking about getting reparations and not giving up the fight is stupid, cool. Pay us no attention. Go do what it is you do best. Sit up, watch a bunch of YouTube conspiracy theories. Come on here, use some words you don't understand, mispronounce the words, use them in the tense that's all out of whack, and pretend like you said something deep. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. I don't understand. The question is, and slightly right here, why do we keep taking these people serious? When I go into rooms, it's the same ignorant motherfuckers talking. You know what the problem is, man? We need to start. We need to start taking these guns. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up. Ooh. Like, what are y'all niggas talking about? Like, I don't know. I just think we should take these people serious because they don't understand what it's like to actually run a country or even be a small piece in what it takes to actually provide the things we provide. So it is what it is. We gotta stop giving these idiots attention. That's all I'm saying.
Who's next? Was it the black?
What are you eating over
How
there?
y'all wonderful,
Hey,
uh, how y'all wonderful sisters doing? What's going on, Professor Kanye, Savannah, everybody else in the room? Uh, I like what Kanye just said. It really reminds me of why Pan-Africanism has really failed. Cause most people in America, most black people don't hate this country. We dislike certain aspects of it. You know what I'm saying? We really a type of people that want to be secluded and left alone. Really, A- as I go through history and look at it, that's been the only issue. We want to be separated, but don't nobody want to let us be separated and left out to ourselves because they know that whatever civilization that they have, it will fail and it won't be able to continue without us because we are the culture makers, we are the innovators, and they know this, so they gotta keep an excuse to stay close to us, but make it seem like they don't want to be next to us. And I find it to be very ironic when it comes down to these immigrants that come over here, because by law, most of them gotta disown their own country just to become a citizen. And the fact that the people that are vetted and come to this country, them the people that don't like their own country, because the way America is constructed, yeah, the only reason why we take immigrants because we take our oppositions to their own homelands. Because so basically every immigrant that was here legally are spies and different people who wanted to go against their own country. So what the brother said earlier about uh the the people coming from Cuba that left, them the people that hated Castro. So of course America let them in. And if you go back and look, I think it was last year episode of Democracy Now when they first made the Latino Heritage Museum by the Smithsonian. They was getting mad because and didn't want the museum to be made no more because they was telling the truth about how they came over here. They came over here on little shanty boats in little floaties, and they felt like that was disrespectful, and they wanted to point out the people in a history that was like closer to being white adjacent that accomplished things. And one thing I know about us, no matter if you light, dark, in the middle, if you one of us, we gonna give you your flowers. And it's just hard to understand why people want to destroy this country because we all are Americanized. Like, what you gonna do? You gonna go to Africa and speak some Ubulubala, or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know none of that the shit that they say over there. Like I get a headache trying to talk to essays at the restaurants to get them to fill out my order correctly. So I know I'm not gonna make it in no other country, especially trying to learn a new language and shit. Like I know Ebonics and regular white people English when I'm in a professional setting. Other than that, like uh, I'm good with being in America. I just want to be like my brother Malcolm X. I always say, just give us our little own piece of land and we can work together on certain parts and y'all leave us alone on the rest. But I land there.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Keith.
yeah. I wanted to say that.
Uh, hold on. King was next.
Hey, what's going on, Wani, Professor Nikki?
Hey.
What's going on? What's going on? And shout out to the rest of the class. I hope everybody's having a great night. This is a very productive space. Another one, as usual. Um, these type of discussions are pretty much expected now, coming from you guys here holding these classes. I'm not even gonna call them spaces no more. I'm gonna call them classes. Everybody, all the hosts and co-hosts are professors now. Y'all could change our names. Nikki and Wani, please change our names to Professor Spots and Professor Nikki. We would appreciate that. Yeah, I
That's not
want.
a bad idea. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I wanted to come in and add on to the conversation and make a submission or two regarding these Pan Africanists, the American Pan Africanists. One, they never fought for anything in their life. They never had. So it's weird to me that they're telling young folks or people who don't agree with their ideology to pick up arms and just go off, right? And for them to want a country to burn down that they're living in is wild to me. It is completely wild. Yes, there are some aspects of the nation that we don't like or agree with, but if you look at the rest of the world, that's how it is in every nation. You have people who disagree with their country so much that they're fleeing it, right? And that is a perfect segue into the second thing I want to say. Why don't these Pan Africanists have the same smoke that they have for these people that's fleeing those nations? It doesn't make sense to me. They are so adamant about telling us to leave and go to the continent, but they never tell the people who are actually from the continent to stay. I've never seen that. I haven't seen it from Umar. I haven't seen it from these people that I bump into the streets in Newark, New Jersey, who's on that Pan African bull crap. I've never seen it, nor have I ever seen them be hostile to them. It makes no sense. Their whole ideology, religion. I'm just gonna call it religion. Their whole religion ideology is so contradictory. It contradicts itself. Like the jokes write themselves. And I'm glad that a lot of people are just telling them to get out of here. And no, no one takes them seriously. No one at all. And I yield.
That's very true. I've never heard them tell the people that just ran away from Africa. First of all, the logic isn't logicking. If you just left, why would you hook up with a Pan Africanist telling you to go back? And we know they're not doing anything. If a Pan Africanist would come into this room right now, and I would say, yep, I fully agree with everything you're saying. Power in numbers, even though your numbers are 1.3 billion and you ain't did shit. Power in numbers, I agree with your BS. You need this little 40 million group to make it all pop. Even if I agree to all that, what do we do from there? They just want a pat on the head. They just want attention. They're not doing anything. There's nothing to do. It doesn't work. Not one country in Africa is panned up. They don't like each other. In fact, it's going to get more divided as we go. So go ahead, WAK.
Yeah. I wanted to say that's a good point the last brother brought up. Yeah, I've never heard them ask why don't the immigrants from these other from the diaspora, say, hey, why don't you guys go back and fix where you're from if you have a Pan African point of view. But I wanted to say my main point was as African Americans, I think we got to develop a culture that targets the acquisition of power. So a lot of the way we raise our kids, a lot of the focus of our culture should be toward the acquisition of power because we done contributed so much to not only the dysphoria and globally worldwide, but also to other races and cultures. So that being the case, we should leverage that for some sort of power and control over, globally, on a political scale, military scale, just sociologically, economically, like in that facet, because we already showed and proved through our ancestors that you know we are the um, progenitors of high moral standards, and that's something that is really being tested in this time. But I don't think anybody has been as moral has been as moral and as righteous as we have as African Americans. I'm finding out so much stuff and so much history. Um, like they was talking about the pyramids in I think Illinois or somewhere. Starts with a C, but it's just so much, like it's just a lot of light that's being shed on African American history, how we already been here and things of that nature. It's crazy. It's really dry. It's really like enlightening me.
It's Collinsville, Illinois.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to kind of like piggyback off of what he just said about power, and go back to our brother, Dr. Claude Anderson. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Dr. Claude Anderson says, quote, self-empowerment for blacks can only occur when blacks use all of their available resources to accrue wealth and social power through comprehensive comprehensive plan involving all segments of their communities. Bam. So we need community is a key. Dr. Anderson further says under his article, organizing. Well, shit, let's look at the heading of the article. The heading of the article says, organize and power will come. Damn, that's enough right there. Dr. Anderson says under that article, quote, those who gods will make powerful must first organize. Lastly, he says, divided they cannot achieve empowerment. Divided they cannot achieve empowerment. So right now, we're going to have to observe any divisive rhetoric within our communities, anything, any group, anything that's divisive. And we're going to have to figure out how to either make it inclusive or, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, throw it in the ash can of history.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree. But I think we also have to look out for, because we've been the most targeted of anybody, of anybody in the diaspora, and with all COINTELPRO tactics, social engineering tactics. So we've been the most targeted. So I think that's the first thing we have to learn is counter COINTELPRO tactics and counter social engineering tactics. They use our music against us. They use all the art that we create, all the beautiful things that we created for the world. They use it against us. And I think that we have to develop a culture and culturalize counter social engineering tactics. We have to develop that into our culture. We have to culturalize that because that's the only way we're going to be able to protect ourselves while they put undercover agents and all types of things and all these underhanded tactics, the generate fifth generational warfare tactics against us. So I think we're going to have to develop those counter tactics.
Savannah?
Um, so to stay on topic and talking about like community, um, I think that's why I think when went on to like saying like we have to be more strict, like when we do set our community, like I feel like we might have to be really strict, like not, I don't know, maybe bring back segregation, right? Because if we want to commit to making communities that fit us and what we need without any type of interruption, without any type of distractions or quote unquote manipulation and this, that, and the third, we would have to do it for us, by us, no one else, right? Um, and I think that would be a bit more like the quote unquote um, field order 150 or whatever. I don't know. Because of the simple fact it's old, um, and it would keep a lot of what's going on right now, people stating and fighting for our behalf to not get reparations, and people going into these cities and stealing and pocketing and prosecuting the wrong people and basically wasting taxpayer dollars. Um, and I think that right there, it's annoying, especially when you see the people doing it and then you learn about their background and history. It's either one of our coons or one of these funky tethers. Um, and I think it's really disheartening to see that they want to be so thirsty to claim that they're us when they know in fact that they have other ulterior motives of what they need, and that's fair. I mean, it's, they want for their people. And going back to when I said, like, they'll crossplay as us because they're desperate. A lot of them, if we're being honest, America gave a lot of them citizenship because they denounced. Not only did they denounce, they maybe gave up and betrayed their own people to get here. So they don't want to go back. So they'll be very desperate. So that's what I meant by that. So yeah.
Hey, Wani, I have a question. You can drop.
Yes.
Um, can the president or whatever leader of whatever nation they're from, can they like recall their passports? Like Nigeria, for example, like I want all my people to come back. Y'all got all the skills and knowledge and education y'all needed. Now we need y'all to have it over here. And like, pretty much tell the president of this nation, like, look, we want them back, send them all back because we need them. Like, can that be done? And it's mandatory.
That's a good question. I heard something about that before, but I don't know. They can rescind their visa. They can, we're giving them visas and we can take them away. We can say you need to leave. The visas that they get are, provisional, so they could have the visa snatch, whether their countries can. That's a very good question.
And
Uh,
can I just add something on to what Savannah was saying? Because we're gonna use
yeah, go
Russ.
ahead.
We're gonna add. I mean, we're gonna use a Paya for example.
Hey, brother, how you doing? What happened? Connection issues?
Gentlemen, my yeah, well, I don't know what happened. I have full internet. I have full connection, and it crashed. So all of a sudden, I was talking, and Wani and Nikki couldn't hear me. They'll be back shortly, but they couldn't hear me, and I was like, hello, and got a text from 'em saying that the space crashed. So I don't understand what the issue is. I got a brand new iPhone 16, and I got uh, 4 bars of connectivity.
Is your
So
app updated?
I after this space, I'm gonna update my app. Maybe that's the issue. But who was speaking?
I
Somebody.
said something about special field order
Wani?
15, and then a gentleman jumped in,
Well,
and
Savannah,
then it went off, I think.
you can continue. I'm gonna let one of them know that I'm back up.
I was done. So somebody else want to go.
Well, I got a question. Okay, because I've been thinking about this for a little minute. If during the Civil War, it was mostly the north, the northwest. I mean, the north south states like Florida, Georgia. Know what I'm saying? Because Louisiana really wasn't just part of the Union. It was, but it really wasn't just involved in the Civil War. It was mostly the the states on the East Coast. So when because that's where most of majority of the battles were in the battles that was on like coming towards closer to Louisiana. There was they labeled that as the Mississippi uh Theodore War. So I, I I've been thinking like if those people on the East Coast were slaves mostly, you know what I'm saying, that was fighting, and the people on the other side of the Mississippi, like going towards Louisiana, Texas, and going towards the west, were just territories that they was like beginning to try to take over and colonize, because the whole point of Manifest Destiny was going towards the west. Like how do you separate those histories and those people? Because most of the people in Louisiana, they still was like under French and Spanish colonial laws. They really didn't just change towards Americanized laws until after Reconstruction. That that's
Yeah.
that's why they still consider themselves Creoles, or no one said at that time free people of color. And like when I look at Texas history, it don't correlate because
What were we saying, brother? That was an accident. You said Texas history doesn't correlate because.
yeah, because like at that time we were somewhat independent and fighting Mexico for some independence. Like it was 3 different states that that own Texas in different parts. So I'm trying to understand how do you separate those black people on that side of the continent, well, yeah, that side of America, to the people on this side of America going towards the west.
Well, that's a really good question, because it was a lot of separation there. We have to keep in mind that Texas, and this may piss people off, but it's very true. I have a source pre Rockefeller, before Rockefeller meddled with the educational system with the books. I got an old book from the 1800s that tells the truth about Texas. Texas, hell, you gave me a whole bunch to unpack. But first and foremost, let's go in order. Let's deal with Louisiana. Louisiana was colonized by the French, so Louisiana was under Code Noir, black code basically, but it doesn't mean what you think it meant. So, what Code Noir to this day, if you study law in Louisiana, you're studying Napoleonic Code. It's a different legal system there, but Code Noir in Louisiana dictated that if um, a white man, or French man, white man, whatever, married or had a baby, not married, had a baby with a enslaved woman, with an African woman, then he would be bound by Napoleonic law to marry this woman and care for the children until they were, I think, 18. Somebody fact check me on that. So that created a different hierarchy, social hierarchy in Louisiana than in the rest of the South. Louisiana was totally different than the other states in the southern and southeastern region. For that region alone, light skin meant something in Louisiana, and it really kind of still does. Match that with the fact that the Frenchmen had a crush on black women and would show up at what is now Cafe du Monde, Cafe of the World is what that means. You know, the place where you get beignets at the mall, and wait out there to
Mhm.
see the prettiest African enslaved women they could see, and they would buy them to marry them. So the culture is very different in Louisiana. And I would say, right to your question, the Black Napoleonic Code is still functioning in a kind of very varying way. In 2024, the laws are totally different there. They're different than common law, which is and common in case law, which is in 49 states of the Union. So back to your question about Texas. Well, the black people in Louisiana were the foundational Black Americans were split up. You had a lot of Maroons in Louisiana hiding in them swamps. You know what I'm saying? So you had a history of rebellion. If you go to Texas, Texas is not far from um, Louisiana, from New Orleans. Texas uh, pre Reconstruction. There's an interesting history that's not really told about Texas that I found in one of my older books. Texas was y'all might want to write this shit down. Texas was a territory of Mexico, which is obvious, but um, pre formation of the United States, white slave owners went to Texas to try to um, enhance or expand the slave crop growing, right? And they kept hitting a brick wall because the uh, Mexican government rejected it. They rejected slavery. So the question then becomes why? Well, I did a little digging and found out that the Mexican government rejected slavery because most Mexicans back then were proximal to, they had a Negro abuela, like a black grandmother running around, and they just objected to the idea of using, you believe it or not, it was altruistic. They rejected to the idea of using us to enslave to grow crops, and that's what the Alamo was all about. That's what the war was all about. That's what the taking of Texas was all about. And I would argue that some of a large portion of the quote unquote um, uh, black people in Texas were indigenous, because back in the day we all kind of looked a certain type of way. Go ahead, Savannah.
Sorry, I meant to hit the percent, 100%. Sorry.
No, it was a really good question though. Hopefully I answered it. Did I
Yeah,
answer your
yeah,
question, Black?
yeah. You kind of really just led me towards the way I was already thinking anyway, and I was just trying to make sure I was on the right track. Cause uh, like when you read older books from the 1800s, like coming up to the 1900s, it's like the history, the way they explain history is totally different from after the New Negro movement history books, like during the 1920s and like the early 1910s. So it's just because when I go downtown in Dallas, like the city of Dallas already tell us that they don't have no history, no documents past 1920, and that's because we had a fire downtown. Which it's funny because most major cities around that time during World War I, you know what I'm saying, and after a lot of cities caught on fire, major cities, and they lost files. So it just kind of like, you know what I'm saying. I know that's around the time that they was pushing the Negro title more than more than ever, and I don't know. It's just interesting that how that look era of history. after Reconstruction and during the Gilded Age, which gilded is just a thinly covered layer. That's what the word means. So now I'm understanding why they kind of call it the Gilded Age, because they was trying to cover up something, but it's too thin.
The name of the game is divide and conquer, and let me be careful how I say this. The group of people who are in control of this Nova Order Seclorum, New World Order, are really clever with divide and conquer. In my educational opinion, if it was widespread knowledge that a certain group of Mexico people in Mexico actually sparked off a civil war with what is now America because they refused to participate with slavery, well, one could easily deduce that um, that group of people could be an ally with the foundation of Black America, and that's an ally that's way too close. An ally one border away. Look up the story of John Horse. If y'all don't know it, Mr. I'm calling him Dr. Tariq Nasheed, which would have been appropriate, but Tariq Nasheed talks about John Horse as a black man who fought. He earned his freedom back, and then he fought to break his family out of slavery and fought the Union Army, and then got on a horse and fucking ran, just went to Mexico and had refuge in Mexico. That the United States never got him. They never caught him. Why? Because Mexico was complicit with the foundation of Black America. I said was. I don't know what it is now. Um, Wani, hey Nick, I see you. I don't know what that crash was about. I got 100% space. I got 100% bars right now. I don't understand it, but I'm not in a place that I usually am. You know what I'm saying? Where I usually hold the space, I know what room to go into and where not to move. So I don't know. But anyway, but then again, I did walk around. I'm kind of in the woods right now. But
Why is it so finicky?
I'm gonna take this fucking phone back because a lot of my students have
It's
said,
not the phone. It's not the phone.
Well, I've been having other issues with this phone. This phone is like 3 months old, and
Like what?
it overheats.
Connection issues?
It'll
Oh yeah,
overheat.
mine does too.
I've never had these
Yeah,
type of issues.
I have
I
to
think it's
take
the
my
app.
laptop's temperature like it's got a fever or something. I'm really getting tired of it.
I'm saying I will plug my phone up to charge, and if I charge my phone too long, it'll overheat. I've never even heard of that happening before. But
Yep, and you know what? The battery will start swelling up and then your phone will separate. So
geez,
don't let that happen. Is that you have to have you have to have the original, yeah, that happened to me. You have to have the original adapter. I didn't get the original. I thought they were, legitimate, but they overheat your phone and they make the battery swell.
wow. But that was a really good question, and that's kind of a hidden history that I'm gonna have to get with some scholars to possibly maybe write an article or something on the hidden history that Mexico, Texas, what is now Texas, what used to be Mexico, had a large population of dark Mexicans who had lineage. And it makes sense to anybody who's ever went to Mexico. Me and my wife did our vow renewal when we went to Cozumel and Tulum. It was big old faces of brothers, big old lips. They look like, to quote Tariq Nasheed, they look like Gucci Mane. They had braids, they had big old lips, the old Mex. That's their lineage. So, in the 17, 1800s, they were one step away from they were proximal to being of African lineage. They had a black abuela, grandmother, and they fucking did not agree with the slave trade. They wouldn't do it. The Southern gentility tried to bring it to Texas because Texas has a whole lot of land. It's rich. It's a excellent farmland for growing things. And the Mexicans fought them tooth and nail. We don't believe in that shit. Take that. We don't believe in that. Now, what would happen to our youngsters? Let's look at some danger here. What is this? What's the saying? Find an enemy of my enemy, and what have I found? A friend. So what if our little children learn that in school? Learn that the Mexican government objected to slavery because they were mixed with African lineage. Then guess what? The little Tyrone in the class may form an allegiance with Jose. You can't have that happening. That's dangerous. But I digress.
I think that's why white people don't like Mexico, because if you really just look at the certain groups they adamantly don't like in America is because of historical ties of what they did in the past. Like they don't like Russia because they didn't keep with the storyline of the Germans are bad, so they teamed up with the Germans. They don't like China because they didn't stay with they little dream of letting America run things, so they sided with Japan, which that's who we were beefing with at first. So it's just very interesting how they switch foes in friends, and then the people that we say are the good people today are our so-called allies, or really our enemies from the last couple of wars.
Yes, yeah, Dr. Amos Wilson, or is it Dr. Claude Anderson? I'm getting them mixed up. Was it Amos? Yeah, Amos said, in order for the majority of people on the planet to be controlled by a minority of people, it's essential that they're out of their mind. And we're operating in a lot of ways out of our mind. We're supporting things that are against our own interest. Everything's backwards, you know what I'm saying? Everything that was good is bad, was bad is good. White, the word white itself used to be used to talk about death. Did y'all know that? Did you know that the word black used to have supreme meaning? Black used to be associated with divinity. You know what I'm saying? What they call Aset, which became ISIS, was the god of the perfect black. Black used to be associated with God, and why wouldn't it be? Black. If you got a 5-year-old, do a little experiment. Tell her or him to get out his crayons, and dump them all on the floor. Get a white sheet of paper, and just sit there with them with each crayon, just drawing a line. Draw a line from north to south. Then take another color, draw a line from east to west. Then take another color and draw a line from north to south. And repeat, 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 repeat. And guess what the color's gonna turn in the beginning, in the middle? The color's gonna turn black. Black is a combination of all colors. You know, perfect. Jet black is perfection. That's just a scientific fact. Um, However, our minds have been warped to think that white is perfection, which is not true. In a lot of ways, white is the absence of color. It's a color that symbolizes death. Purity, yes, because death is void. Was that Bible say that the dead know nothing? Can y'all hear me? Hopefully, my phone hadn't acted up
But
again.
but
Yeah, we can hear you.
In Asia, wearing white symbolizes death.
Yep, because the Asians are still have that connection to question mark. I'm not going to speculate. I don't know if it's the Kemites or whoever. Let me put it this way, Wani. Whoever built Angkor Wat,
Uh-oh,
them,
another room.
they.
Did y'all see that documentary
Wani,
about
Wani,
the
can you
oops?
text me what you're trying to say? Can you text it to me what you're trying to say?
What?
Yeah, I know you were trying to say something. Oh, no, never mind. I just figured out what you were doing. Never mind.
Go ahead, Savannah.
Did y'all see that documentary with the basically the indigenous, what is it, the Swedens or Nor or what was it, the Swedish people, and the people in the pictures were like melanated, and all the white supremacists were like crying and throwing up in the comments.
Was it white supremacists or just white people that are delusional to believe that they existed?
I don't call them white supremacists because I believe them that. I call them that because I think they truly believe that, and
I believe they believe it too. And
I
it's
think it's
funny.
hilarious that they can't get grasp that
They
you are
can't
not the
wrap
first
their
people.
mind around this. No, literally. I'm listening to them. They don't get it. When they recently left the Caspian steppe in the steppe area. You can look that up. Caspian steppe, uh, Mongolian steppe, the steppe level. When they left that area, they went to Northern Europe, like places like Scandinavia, and people were there. They went to Italy, people were there. They didn't go anywhere. Europe that didn't already have people. Okay? They just blended in. And those people looked different ways. And none of those people had white skin if we're talking about 10,000 years ago. So I don't care where they dig up somebody. They can dig them up in Austria. They can dig them up in Slovenia. They can dig them up in Hungary. They can dig up whatever they want. If it was around 10,000 or older, it's not going to have white skin. It's just not going to have that. Okay, so that's the problem, and these different traits occurred at different times slowly. So someone might have curly hair and dark skin, or someone might have piercing blue eyes and nappy hair. So there was not a thing called a white person. And then the facial features hadn't changed either. So now you're talking about completely different faces, not white skin, not straight hair. And it's something they cover up and publicly, but then they talk about it behind the scenes. So they put out the report. They'll say, oh, yeah, the Grimaldi finds over here in Italy, and those are all Negroid individuals, specifically the Khoisan people. And that information got out to the general public because guess what? It was public. They published it. And then everybody got upset. Just like they got upset when those people tested the Limba tribe and found that they actually had more Jewish genetics, quotation marks, whatever that is, than, the Jerry Seinfeld crew. They found that out and they got mad. They tried to roll it back. Oh no! Well, there was a problem. The whole thing's contaminated. Yeah, they start freaking out, right? But then they did it again. So they can't say anything. That Limba tribe is the real deal. And so far, they're the only group of Africans. They have tested almost every group that said that they were Jewish over there, even the Ethiopians. Ethiopians have a long history of Abrahamic religions, but they don't have that genetic makeup. They just have the history of being that religion, but not genetically.
Okay.
So they did not branch off from the Canaanites and worship Yahweh like those Limba tribe did. The only difference between the Limba is that they particularly, instead of staying in the same area as the Canaanites and just being what you would call Israelites, they just went to, they were traders. So they went to Yemen and other places and then ended up in South Africa, the South Africa region, Southern Africa, not specifically South Africa, because of, they said, because some weather issues like drought and stuff, they just kept getting pushed down further south. So anyway, go ahead, to Black.
Now, I was just gonna say, so the Yaku story might have a little validity to it. How they got their big light bulb heads.
Look, I don't know, man. This is really looking crazy right now. I mean, like something did something. Even the scientists say it looks like somebody spliced something in, or maybe some alien snatched somebody up in a ship and put. They're literally saying this out loud. They're saying we found bodies that have non-human DNA. And it's one thing is interesting. All of the people that they said had non human DNA had European DNA and non human DNA. They said most of the people that have complained about being abducted have green eyes and Rh negative blood. And they said
Interesting.
it said it was a disproportionate amount. And I believe that because those Rh negative people cannot be linked to Africa. Like a person with Rh positive blood cannot make an Rh negative person. And that's one of the glitches in the out of Africa scenario because they feel like, why would someone spawn a bloodline that's in opposition to theirs, a bloodline that's going to kill their children, because those people with Rh negative, they have to get medication or else they'll abort their Rh positive children. So they feel like no one would spontaneously create that. And I feel like those people were created and that they abduct them, they know who they are, and they snatch them up and do other things to them. Can I prove it? No. Did I
I'm gonna
see?
tell you something deeper than a motherfucker wanting.
You
So
go ahead.
I follow Credo Mutwa, and if y'all ever have a lot of time and you want to go down a rabbit hole, there's a guy who was studied by Europeans. He's South African. He's from I forget what did Zimbabwe used to be. Um, what's the name of Zimbabwe used to be?
Bonsu? Was it
It was
Botswana?
no, it was German, a German jurisdiction. Oh, God, I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, he used to be in modern day Zimbabwe, but he was from that area. But Credo is spelled Credo, Mutwa, Utwa. And Credo was one of the last people to be initiated in a group of shamans that had an oral history. And some scientists found him under mysterious circumstances. Um, well, Credo said he was abducted. There are some mountains in Zimbabwe near Jacob's Calendar or Adam's Calendar. I think y'all can look that up. The oldest Stonehenge figure in the world. He was abducted by something he called the Chetawuli, which were a group of extraterrestrials. And he said what Wani just said. He said he was walking during his initiation through the mountains and lost track of space and time and woke up on in some metallic operating room where people were screaming bloody murder, and he was awake. He could move his eyes, but he couldn't move his arms or hands. And he said, in came this woman who was naked. She was humanoid in a way, but something was off with her. And he said she had fire red hair and bright green eyes. And she came in the room and had sexual intercourse with him. And Kratos said he was allowed to see through the collapse of time a baby being born. Now, this is the point that I was going to say will blow Bonnie's mind. Kratos, we've heard many stories like that, right? The little grays, right? Abducting people. Check out what Kratos said. Kratos said he don't believe that, um, although Kratos acknowledged the existence of extraterrestrials. Watch the series if it's still on YouTube. It'll blow your mind. Kratos said he doesn't believe that a lot of these visitors we see in these they got another acronym for them. It's not UFO anymore. I forgot what the acronym is, but he said a lot of these visitors are not extraterrestrial. Check this shit out. Kratos said they're time travelers. And he said they are white, like European time travelers who are going back in time looking for certain genes to stay alive because in the future they don't exist. They're dying. Isn't that wild?
It makes sense,
Yeah.
considering that Halle Berry is half white, had a child by a full white man, and she still got a black daughter. But
That baby's still black.
Well, remember she's had some work done too, and there's been a little bit of bleaching with her, but I think
yes,
she
there
looks
has
I
been.
think she looks beautiful. Halle Berry to me has always been gorgeous before even before all of that. I don't think she needed anything.
Yeah,
I
she been
think
fine.
these people are pressure. Yeah, she's just absolutely beautiful to me.
She's from Bedford, Ohio.
Yeah.
Well, we know that her mother is white, and she had I don't know what her other child looks like, but her daughter had a big old afro puff, and she looked like a little black girl. So we have very, very strong genes, so we can withstand a little bit of abuse, but unfortunately, white people cannot because the moment that they have children by anyone else, that's the end of them. Oh, who had their hand up?
You know what that kind of reminded me of this video clip of, well, what's that astronaut name that went up to space that's still alive? But anyway, he was on a little British news morning news, and they was asking if it's aliens, or do he believe in aliens, and he was like, yeah, and but in all, he was basically saying that white people are the aliens. So I find that kind of interesting that Professor said that, because I mean, even some of them kind of say they are, because he was just saying that they can't actually fully survive her because of the sun, and I mean, we cool with the sun, so I I can I can see that them being just some type of little foreign object to this world, because I kind of see them as not really a I don't want to just say it like that, but it's something somewhat. What's uh, a synonym for a parasite?
I mean, just look at the boils that grow on their skin when they out in the sun
Yeah,
for just
yeah.
an hour. It's just they used to scare me as a kid.
It's like they have to like mix with us every 50 to 100 years to at least maintain they lineage and they survival.
Yep, Meghan Markle, hint, hint.
Yeah, and it's crazy that she has some royal lineage too. So they, I feel like they hip to who is who, cause
Uh-huh, they are.
I just don't see how all of a sudden they, like the Emmett Till situation, like how did they like quickly connected his father and them, even though, yeah, I know we got documents, but it's just very coincidental that certain bloodlines they try to make sure they find a way to end, because most people didn't know that Malcolm X's grandson died in Mexico like 2 years ago, and he was somewhat on like going towards his his grandfather way of starting to be an activist.
That, and how about a lot of people don't know? I mean, I guess a lot of people from Atlanta know, but they killed Martin Luther King mom. What? Not even a week after.
And the
His
Yeah, they
brother.
passing.
played that
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
And the
Hmm.
brother.
Yeah, and the brother.
Yep, they really played that down.
Yeah, I heard that the black, and I also heard that they think it was he was at a bar or something,
Yeah, they said
and
he was getting robbed, but then all of a sudden he was, I guess he was trying to stop somebody from getting robbed. Then they tried to turn around and rob him, and then all of a sudden he they found him in the water floating.
that was the story. Yeah, because the family think it was a hit.
Yeah, his brother was found in a swimming pool. It never made any sense to me.
Well, I mean, given that they created the Southern Sovereignty Committee to help combat that whole Messiah, I um, belief that they have, right, where it's important for them to track bloodlines and to know bloodlines because they truly believe that there is a quote unquote Messiah that will come, right? And the
Mm.
Southern Sovereignty Committee consisted of politicians, lawyers, doctors, nurses, teachers, everybody and anybody because they had to have eyes and ears on everybody. Yeah,
Spanish
sad.
Spanish Inquisition all over again.
Now, back to our foreigners up in our mix. I just wanted to notate that Gina Torres, who's Cuban, said that Black American roles were burdensome. She says, I don't identify as Black after taking all the roles. Then she said, this is a long babbling quote, but I'll try to struggle through it. To learn to be whatever Black was and then feel like I was alienating the other part of myself, that Latina self, she shares, to keep myself from just being sad all the time about not being able to fully experience and express my entirety of myself. I want to curse. Why are you here? This is a land of Black Americans. We're not Latino, and there is a whole Latino media machine in South America that you can babble on. And you don't
Telemundo.
have to, yeah, you don't have to
Z-
be black. Since it's such a burden, I'm pretty sure all the roles that you took, my people who actually fought in Hollywood actually created one of the first parts that makes the first projector work, Lewis Latimer again, were the themes of many early films, dancing and kissing. It was called Negro Kiss or something like that. I'll look it up. It was a movie showing Black Americans being human beings and not the stupid Sambos that Jamaicans came over to portray us as. These people have been problematic for hundreds of years.
Facts.
They need to leave and stay out of our business because not only is she taking a role, she said the role was about a black woman and she didn't want to do that role. She wanted to do a Latino role. But this is not Latin America, dummy. Go do something in Latin America. You're not going to make it Latin America. So I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what they're missing. There's nothing that a Gina Torres can do to make the whole world look at her over on Telemundo. You have to drag your ass over here. You have to come here, just like Drake. There's nothing Drake is going to do in Canada but look like a fool. He has to come over here, cosplay, rub shoulders with the right people, get false street cred, and then he can begin. These people need to make something where they are. Yeah, be the draw. Draw the world over to what you're doing and stop crawling over here trying to make a life here and make us do your things because we're not doing your things. We're not going to have Hollywood Spanish speaking so you can have roles. Get out. Let's get it going. Let's get those deportations rolling. And we can start with her since she's disgusted by playing our roles. Not to mention when ADOS, who is, looking real crazy right now, but whatever, they wrote an article about how ADOS was, they tried to make them out to be some sort of, what do they call us? Bots. They called us a lot of names, these people that identify by their lineage.
Yeah, Russian bots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't like that. So they wrote a disparaging article, and ADOS made them retract it. When you look at the names, it's nothing but a pack of foreigners. Every person on that thing is a Hispanic, Cortana, Maria Rodriguez, Mergosi, Serenado, Martinez. It was a hot mess. And a few African names. Who are these people? Don't talk about what we do over here. Don't worry about our lineage. Just know it's not yours. Just know it's not yours. And if you don't like it, you don't like what's going on, you'll never come here and change us to do what you're doing. Never. It's not going to happen. How can your uh, lineage overtake our lineage when our lineage is everywhere? I dare anybody right now. I dare you. Google any country on this planet and put hip hop next to it. Any country. Greenland, jazz, hip hop. put it next to their name and see if it doesn't pull up that they play our music. But they're not over there playing drum circles. And they're not playing belly dancer music. They're not playing Korean folk tunes. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. You're playing our stuff. And you're not going to stop. You're going to just wait for us to come out with something new for you to leech on to. So don't get it twisted. You got no choice.
Well, I wanted to kind of follow Lonnie with some scholarship, again, coming from Dr. Claude Anderson. This article is called Burgeoning Black Hispanic Black Conflicts. Since you brought up, I think, Rosie Perez, if you didn't bring up Rosie Perez, she fit right into that paradigm. Dr. Claude Anderson says, quote, in the 1990 census data, 85% of those listed as Hispanic also classified themselves as Caucasian. That's very critical, right? Dr. Anderson further says this ethnic group is the fastest growing population that is challenging blacks for numerical and political dominance as minorities. And that fits back into what Wani just said about the movie. Um, uh, how many sisters were challenged for that role, right? Anderson further says, quote, which is not. Hispanics have enjoyed the benefits of having it both ways. First, they criticize white society for disappropriate share of wealth and power. Then they classify themselves as Caucasians. These groups classify themselves as Caucasian for social purposes, then as minorities to qualify for government programs. When Wani was talking about the movie, she made me think of that article, and I had to find it. But I digress.
Hey, one thing I can say, growing up, Telemundo did go hard a little bit. While watching them, I ain't understand nothing they was saying. Like when they first came on, because they had a half naked girls. I'm young. That's all I gave a damn about it. But they kind of remind me of them Asian
Wait,
game
they were
shows.
naked?
Yeah, they used
They
to
were
have like
naked
a
and
little strip poker
on
show
what?
on there.
Oh, strip poker. Okay, so it's like variety type
Yeah,
shows,
yeah, and
reality shows.
yeah, and they weird little game shows. Like the game shows
Gotcha.
kind of like Chinese game shows. And the announcer be like, "It's Telemundo."
So you use Telemundo like white boys use National Geographic in the 50s.
Yeah, yeah. I was just watching shit just to be watching
Mm,
shit
mm, mm,
to learn some
mm,
things. I
mm,
thought I was getting coachified, but I didn't learn nothing.
mhm. You learned that women had boobs.
Yeah, I did learn. Well, I already knew that. It was just there was an easy access to because it was kind of like the softcore porn on HBO at night, but know what I'm saying? It was on public TV, and it wasn't bad to watch because I was like, hey, they playing poker.
See, that tells my age because my siblings used to tell me stories about that.
What? Strip
The
poker on Telemundo?
Well, after a certain time, things start to pop out on late night television. Um,
Pop outs?
oh
That
my
sounds
gosh,
dangerous.
yes, like I can't, like
Pause.
pause, stop. But like Girls Gone Wild, you never heard of that?
Yep.
I used to love them commercials. Them commercials used to be like 30, 45 minutes
What?
long. Just the commercial alone.
I gotta watch you.
It's an infomercial.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm also salty that Spring Break wasn't like how it was on MTV.
Oh
I
Lord.
was betrayed, very
Oh
betrayed.
Lord.
Mexicans up there serving $40, $50 shots. Ridiculous highway robbery.
Shit, my cousin went to Tuskegee and he had a camcorder. So when I was in high school, he showed me what spring break was about, the kind of spring break I like, with black women. I was like, damn. I almost went to a HBCU, almost went to Howard. So who knows what kind of Pan African coon I would be.
Oh
I'm sorry.
Lord.
It's no, that's no, that's no. I'm sorry. I know how that sounds. No disrespect.
I I don't understand how they get to be coons just by going to school. What are the extracurricular activities that are causing this overlay of coonery?
Dashiki, sewing, stitching,
Oh Lord.
the Pan African Film Festival and shit.
You donate to African, I'm just guessing. And then anybody that says they black is accepted as black, and if it's the 80s, you help, young Indo-Jamaican Canadian women with asymmetricals with their homework and shit, and fuck on black athletes, and then eventually call themselves black while pretending to listen to Snoop and Tupac in 1986.
I mean, you heard Mark Marlo, well, whatever his name is, that used to be on the grill. Goddamn, he all on the white folks TV show talking about she is white. She went to Howard. Like you can't get no blacker than that. Like I never understood that
You don't identify as black. It's an actual lineage. You can't. Oh, never mind.
that's what I be saying. Like it's like they I feel like they know they just don't want to say it out loud to the white folks. So they can, because I feel like white folks gonna act on it. Oh y'all are separated. Okay, yeah, y'all don't want to be Pan Africans.
Well, Roland Martin, he's pulling the same game, so he has to say stupid shit like that because you can look at Roland Martin and tell something is off. It's like not us. He looks like a weird combination of not just a immigrant, but an immigrant, combined with an animal. He's like a chimera or some shit. That head is different, and that hairline is like weird. He won't let it go, and then his eyes is bugging out and shit. He ain't got no neck. He's shaped weird. Like this is a weird ass nigga. And then he he's always the smartest nigga in the room. And then of course he'll say some shit like she went to HBCU, she's black. Like that's shit is weird, man. And then of course the hot sauce on the green shit, posting pictures like that. I'm like, hot sauce on your greens? I'm like, nigga, we've all taught white people how to eat our food, and then they get hooked on this shit. Next thing you know, they got a little bit of, they put in hot sauce and put a little seasoning. That's not amazing, nigga. It just means you like delicious food. Like white people are some of the main consumers of fried chicken. They fucking love it. They don't know how to cook it very well, but they love the shit. You know what I'm saying? Maybe when you're cooking, white people are looking. Okay, that's just what it is. They want to eat that shit, taste it. They don't even care. They trust your ass. They be like, "Yo, let me get. I don't give a fuck who you are. I want to taste that. That smells good." Man, whatever. That nigga was just up here. I don't know, but I came up to the stage to comment about the Latino and the acting roles and shit, right? Because when Gina Torres said that, what I thought about was, damn, um, you're complaining about the fact that you stole opportunities from Black Americans. Like that's crazy. The entitlement in what you're saying. You're complaining about, oh my God, I'm such a victim. Like I had to play what somebody else should be playing. You're playing in somebody else's culture. Like you could have easily played a Latino. Just I don't know. You got enough money. Lawrence Fishburne was your husband for years. He could have asked him to create you something, write you a role or whatever. He had some projects where he produced it, but you was cool with being a Black American woman. So much so that you was married to a Black American man all that time. This was an aesthetic you was cool with. You probably got extra roles because niggas just saw you as, oh, she one of us or whatever. I mean, was always playing a Black American woman. That was just was specifically what she did and had no problem. It ain't like she protested her own paychecks. She was cashing in motherfuckers. She was doing what she was doing. So yeah, the entitlement in that. Even Zoe
I
Saldana
was
too.
about to
You know what I'm
say
saying?
that. Let's not just beat up on her,
Yeah,
Zoe. That and then that
yes,
fake Afro.
Zoe Saldana. Yeah, she was like, "Oh, I'm, first it was I'm not black. I'm, whatever the hell she said she was, and then wearing prosthetics and shit. You so deep in the shit. You wearing a prosthetic nose and puffing up your lips and darkening your skin. Like, how do you? It's so
Was that
many
in
black
Drumline?
women
I'm
actresses.
sorry, I don't mean to cut you
No,
off.
she was in Drumline. Yeah, she was Nick Cannon's love interest in Drumline for sure. The first one. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, how do you do this dumb shit? And then like you sit here and put on blackface like there's not like 100,000 black actresses like in LA alone that could just show up for an audition. The shit
Facts.
is nuts.
Well, again, I know I read it already, but it just rings so true. Dr. Claude Anderson said, Hispanics enjoy the benefit of having it both ways. First, they criticize white society for a disproportionate share of wealth and power. Then they classify themselves as Caucasian. These groups classify themselves as Caucasian for social purposes, then as minorities to qualify for government programs. He says the question then is no longer who is white. It is who is permitted to be classified as white. hacker, in its analysis of 1990 census data, indicated that most Asians, Middle Easterners, and Hispanics by culture and color were allowed to enter and move up the class system. So that's one thing we need to shut down is people cosplaying us to take our roles. It's shifted from the Latin American persuasion to these Eastern, these people from of African lineage trying to play us. I was offended by that lady trying to play Harriet Tubman. That just straight offended me. What does she know about that? It should have been a sister from Mississippi or somewhere in the southeast. I'm from Alabama. We got a particular culture down there. You need somebody who's able to feel that culture to play that role. But I think this is on some level some type of spiritual warfare. But our brother Tariq Nasheed put it in. I'm paraphrasing him, but he put it in better context by saying, and again I'm paraphrasing him, that when you get these types of people who are not of the lineage playing us in the lineage, they have no allegiance. They could do things that our ancestors would never do, wherein we foundational Black Americans would feel some type of guilt if we did it. You know what I'm saying? But on that, I digress. Good point, Average.
I really think that's why they do it, because white
Um,
people won't feel no type of way when they watch it, because they know it's not a Black American. Because we actually gonna bring that true feeling and spirit to the role, because we gonna like Tariq said, most actors who do play in them type of roles, they end up having a breakdown in while playing it. So it just brings out the character even more. So just imagine Denzel playing a role of Frederick Douglass or something. You're gonna actually feel it because he's from a lineage. He actually gonna bring truth to power to it instead of just doing whatever the director say do, even if it's not true.
yeah, I was gonna say I was trying to interject to your point, Professor, about Viola Davis is of the lineage, great actress, and she was born on the plantation. She'd have been perfect for Harriet Tubman. Great actress. Oscar award winning, I believe, incredible skill, and you just could see it. You could easily see the translation, the strength, all of that. I don't know. It's such a no brainer. Hollywood is very stupid that way, but yeah, to get Cynthia Erivo, who's tiny, short, weak, looking scared behind a goddamn tree, looking like she running from immigration in the damn. It's crazy. It's nuts.
Please hope she gets deported and banned from this country. She is hideous.
My goodness, did she have eyebrows years ago?
Nope.
'Cause I remember her having
Oh, I
eyebrows. She
don't
didn't have
know.
eyebrows.
It doesn't even matter. She's just
Oh, you
hideous.
messy,
I'm just saying
average.
the eyebrows
You
now is
average.
really
You being
bothering. Like
messy.
she had a big head and no eyebrows on a talk show recently, and she was singing and shit. And this everything started. She started looking more and more like a witch, and I'm like, you know,
No,
yeah,
Oh, you
crazy.
being messy,
that's
average.
Yo,
the
did
insulter
they give her
wizard.
nose a prosthetic, or did like
I
it
don't
was
know.
that a botched nose job? Because I could have sworn her nose was
I can't
different.
even keep up with it. It's
Looked
just
like
horrible. When they
I
made her
just
play Aretha Franklin, that should have been death penalty right there.
Yeah, that was disrespectful. I just know she remind me of them old feed the children commercials and shit. Just for $5 today, you can feed this little Ethiopian child. Like
Nope.
I'm not gonna
she
lie.
looked
I'm not gonna lie, y'all.
she
I
looked
used to beg
bony.
my mom to donate. Like I used to be so sick because I'm like, how like you don't feel the fly on your face? I used to be screaming like, you don't feel the fly? Like they used to irritate me.
We felt
Man,
the
no.
brunt. We felt all of it, and we fell for all of it. They were showing a child um, up in Mauritania that they made look sick so they could get money. They just kept the child sick. Yeah, they do a lot of scams. I was like, this is the same child. And I mean, it's just, it's a lot.
That's terrible. And see me, and I was like a teenager at this point when I was like, listen, I was listening intently to because it'd be like late at night, a little infomercial come on, and you're like, oh, that's messed up. And so they said something that kind of stuck out to me. And it's just my fucked up brain. I was like, it was like, yeah, this $5 they can buy. It was like a lot of like beans and rice. It was like a 25-pound bag of beans and rice. And I'm like, shit, how the fuck you buy a 25-pound bag of beans and rice? And meanwhile over here, like for a pound, it costs like $5. I'm like, we need to buy. My dumb ass. I'm like, we need to buy. We could solve world hunger over here too. Shit, this kid's starving in Compton. You could buy that kind of shit over here and put and feed a whole bunch of people. How they getting? We could just ship it. Once again, I know this is a little off topic, but that just always hit me weird. I'm like, how they doing that? This is something's off with the food market and shit. $5 or how it was a low amount, and you got damn near you got a fucking barrel full of beans and rice. You know how many people that could feed and for how long? And for $5? What is we doing with our food, man? And they saying it on the commercial like, yeah, the world's a lie. It's bullshit. $5, a whole shit ton of beans and rice. Meanwhile, my fucking school lunch is $2, and I'm getting an apple, some milk, and a shitty slice of whatever the hell they done put on my tray. It's crazy.
Roger Ward, would you like to speak? Roger
Yeah,
Ward,
yeah, real quick. Peace to everybody in the room.
go
Peace,
ahead.
Professor. Peace, Nikki. Peace, Wani. Um, just to kind of answer the
Is somebody
question.
talking?
Can,
Yes.
can,
Oh, who was it? Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
drop and come back down.
Okay, I'll bring you back up,
can y'all hear
Alex.
me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, just to answer the question to the room and kind of piggyback off a point that Average had made earlier, when he spoke about Howard, it made me think about when I went to a PWI like a few years back, and one thing I noticed, because I noticed that there was a difference between us FBAs in the diaspora at this time, because like most PWIs or some like colleges around the world have like a black organization, and it'll be black whatever name of the school. But at this particular school that I went to, it was predominantly people from the diaspora that was the head of the organization, which was a little like crazy to me. It's called black whatever, but you got an African president, Caribbean vice president, like whatever the case may be. So they had like an African theme night. And at that time, I had the mindset of, we all black is cool. I'm thinking there's gonna be some FBA energy in there. So I go in there and it was a couple of African dudes that I knew and hung out with. Y'all, I got there and off the bat, it was just weird. Like nobody spoke to me, even the dudes that I knew. Like nobody spoke to me, nobody came up, introduced themselves. If you go to an FBA party, and maybe you're the only person there, or if you come with people and you don't know a lot of people, it'll be somebody there that'll introduce you to a lot of people that's there. You know what I'm saying? Just because we just got a different spirit, and we believe in, what I'm saying, everybody being a part. Like we don't want nobody to feel, what I'm saying, left out or like kicking it by themselves, whatever the case may be. But even the African dudes that I knew, they just all clicked up with each other. I would go up to them, barely want to speak to me. They'll walk off mid conversation. I'm like, damn, I'm thinking we all cool, but everybody in there African. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I noticed the first difference between us and them. You know what I'm saying? And like from that moment, it kind of just left a sour taste in my mouth. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like ever since then, I just kind of looked at them a little funny because it's like, bro, if y'all want to come over here, y'all want to jump in y'all blackness, but then you come over here and click up, link up, and then when I come around or when other FBAs come around, it's like, y'all like act weird and y'all act all like inclusive, like we trying to come take something from you. You know what I'm saying? I was just trying to come and just kick it, hang out with everybody, but you know what I'm saying, they just made it like super weird. So I was wondering if any one of y'all had noticed that, or like, you know what I'm saying, been a part of that before. Like just let me know if I'm tripping.
No, because at my university, the Ohio State University, the president was from Ghana, I believe, and she was the president of the African Union League as well at the time, and she was the president of the AKAs at the time. Um, and that was the same for every other Greek org except I knew the president of the Alphas. He was from Youngstown. He was FBA, but I mean, every other org it was like that. And I mentioned last night how the NAACP was headed by a bunch of Caribbeans, and again, they're trying to co-sign white people, trying to attack me, quote unquote, cancel me. But everybody know my politics, and I've always been consistent. And I've admitted when I'm wrong. But at the end of the day, these people have an agenda. We would have like when we would organize different events, especially we had a 13-year-old little boy who got killed by the police here, Tyree King, and we would send out invitations, and we knew in order to get our to get the largest audience, we have to go through the email list. Who has the largest black email list? The Black Student Association. They would ignore all our emails. They would never respond. We would always like, why do they do that? But then it makes so much sense now, right? And they did not care. They could care less because they knew if they talked about it, it would mess up their money. It would mess up their little AYL event. Anytime they would ask questions, I lie. I lie. They'd be like, wait, I'm like, oh, I'm Dominican. They'd be like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It looked like you, because you got good hair. And again, like I said, I grew up with Puerto Ricans and Dominicans in foster care. And so I knew Spanish. I understood it. And so listening to them and getting their quote unquote good shoulder in a way, I'm like, these mofos really don't like us, right? And they feel like because that they got more opportunities on purpose, right? They swear up and down they don't know our history, but they know, right? For the most part, when immigration first started, because my dad was talking about it, and he was born '54. He said he noticed it before he left the South to go to Cleveland with his dad when his dad got remarried. He was like 15 when he left. He said he noticed how a lot of the Indians and Chinese were starting to come over to the universities and taking them over. And this was if he was 54, 18, but 68, 69, right? So at the end of the day, this has been happening, and it's just been on rampage, and it's been more of a thing because of DACA, right? Um, and so these, oh my gosh, like I mentioned how we never how at OSU they voted in a black Sudanese girl to be a president, and she ran on the quote unquote being black, and it always rubbed me wrong because I'm like, yeah, I know a lot of Sudanese, and y'all not really black. Y'all don't call yourselves black. Um, and y'all really are y'all only hang around Africans. I noticed that. Like y'all don't or white people or other like quote unquote immigrants. And um and I don't know if y'all noticed this or if you ever been to a PWI, but um anytime a black organization hosts a party, it always ends with like sometimes a lot with the police coming. And the like my very first party at a Q party, and I stopped going to them. It ended in gunshots. And we took white girls, and that was like the biggest mistake because I noticed that there was a fight that occurred, and I'm from Cleveland, and usually dudes get salty when they lose a fight. So when I heard him going like, "Oh yeah, we about to go to the car," I told them we need to leave. Of course, they didn't want to leave, and we left. Sure enough, gunshots, right? And so it's just one of those things where it's like they come over and they want to corrupt and pervert everything, right? It's filled with a whole bunch of Nigerians, Ghanaians, um, and they just swear up and down they're so much better than us because they get all the quote unquote scholarships, they get all the quote unquote um, access to all the funds, and they take over all the organizations. So when they're speaking on behalf of their people. They're not speaking on better half of the few FBAs that get cherry picked into these institutions. And so that's been my experience.
Go ahead,
Um,
Patrick.
thank you. See, this is why we got to get rid of these legacy organizations. That really cherry pick, them really and prioritize them. We had a nice victory in the election, somewhat getting rid of, immigrants is one of our priorities for sure. Hopefully, Trump will definitely, be successful in that, and also putting pressure on other people too. I like what he said in his interview about because they thought they were going to hit him with a little bit of a curveball. Well, what if their parents are illegal, but the children have citizenship. And he was like, yeah, it wouldn't be fair to split families up. You're gonna send him out too. I
Yep,
was
send them
like,
back. See, send the ass back too.
yeah,
Yep.
like shit, go ahead and do that. So I'm like, I love that. That way we don't keep families, apart, separated, and that's a damn sight more than what we got.
And
So
average.
also, hold on a second, and then also too, um, the other part of my point, getting rid of these legacy organizations, and then making that a real priority because there's no them changing leadership. I mean, I think that would send a hell of a message. Just the NAACP, the Urban League, like being completely distant. Just be what you are. You're an immigrant organization. These people that come here, they do want to corrupt. They do want to take over. And I was looking at some. I just started like I'm really into what Deion Sanders is doing in general in the lives of young athletes, right? So I looked at his parting from Jackson State, the circumstances. Now, HBCUs around the country are in shambles, right? And they're not being ran very well. And then, of course, the student body, obviously, it's being changed up. These places are being ran terribly. Deion Sanders, first of all, sports, especially football, are huge cash cows for these universities. Deion Sanders is transformative, just what it is. Deion Sanders is highly transformative. Jackson State ran that place so terribly that they allowed uh, not even a generational don't even quite cover it for what Dion can do for a program. It's literally first time in history type shit. First coach to ever. First of all, he wasn't there but like 3 years, I believe, and he went from a HBCU to a Power Four head coach. Never happened before, right? He was taking a chance, even going there with where he wanted his career to be. Now, in just 2 short years of Colorado, they talking about the NFL. This man was in your grasp, and it was ran so terribly, and there was so many just different dynamics. He went to a terrible city, and got water there. It was paying out of his own pocket for the kids to eat. Got a facility, was leveraging his relationships in order to make things better because he had to. The monies that were coming into the program were astronomical compared to what they used to be, and they immediately got misappropriated. They weren't even giving the football program, reinvesting into it, giving them funds, right? They were trying to keep a lot of things for themselves, and the people who are on these boards and run these places, they largely are not of our lineage. And that illustrates kind of the way these places are. Ed Reed, another generational talent on the heels of what Dion was doing, had a lot of clout, a lot of relationships that he could leverage. He went to a university, HBCU, and he was mistreated. He didn't last 25 days there because they were afraid of what somebody like that does. They bring a lot of eyes on how these places are almost intentionally being misran. And so, and he had his students cleaning up the campus and stuff. They had to clean up the campus. These places get millions of dollars from the state, and of course, he's going to bring an astronomical amount of money there. And once again, they had to figure out a way to sabotage and get somebody who's going to bring a lot of not just notoriety, but they're going to have to get their shit together. These places are meant to not really run straight. They're not meant to be what they appear to be, what they present themselves as for a reason. Because even when they get a great opportunity, like Ed Reed and Deion Sanders, they intentionally fumble it in the worst of ways, and money gets misappropriated. It's almost as if on purpose that what happens in these places goes just that way. And when you look at the NAACP, the Urban League, a lot of these cats they just always are very sabotaging. And this comes to my even greater point. When spaces that are going on, when we look at a lot of these newer, ops that we have and all that Pan Africans and
Yeah,
how they operate,
Trinity.
and I ain't talking about no names, I ain't saying no names, Pan Africans and all of that. One thing I've noticed, this is the fucking boule, bro. These Pan Africans, these tethers that be cool with him and all that, this ain't nothing but the boule. I'm gonna just these niggas is boule. Motherfuckers be from all up around DC, be having Democratic ties and shit, and then do weirdo Pan African sabotagery things, and then people be around them standing up for them, not even knowing who the fuck they standing up for, being goofy. And it's like this shit. I keep seeing the same trend: Boule, HBCU, Washington D.C., Pan African, same shit, and it's a whole bunch of people who, for several decades, have not been a net positive for Black Americans. It's always just been circular, and money's going in, nothing going out, and us suffering. And I land my plane.
You forgot the white wife or husband.
Right? That's like that has to be a part of the package in order to get in this. It gets you the gold pass.
Say what most people don't know, uh who the powers that be, or them folks, they the ones that sabotage his school down here in Dallas. The and he wanted to bring back the football program to Paul Quinn, but you know what I'm saying,
And
people
hey,
part of
hey,
the
y'all,
city and other places didn't want him to do that, because
hey,
you know
y'all,
Paul
Kai,
Quinn is the city of the great debaters.
hey, oh yeah, Kai, share something with y'all. See, it's a good thing Trump is in office. Though I'm not a Democrat Republican, though, but it's actually a wonderful thing in office because we can go after these black bourgeoisie boule like the NAACP, the urban league, these sororities and these fraternities. See, I don't mind Trump defunding these historical black colleges and universities though, because a lot of them is ran by Caribbeans and Africans and Afro Latinos though. A lot of these people are not foundation black Americans that's running these HBUC schools. That make sure they're giving all these Caribbean Africans the scholarships and grants, but they make sure they're denying all the foundational black American freemen students that's there though. Like that coach you said, Deion Sanders, they make sure they deliberately took all the funds that was supposed to help the students. They make sure they gave it to a bunch of funky, filthy Caribbean Africans, though. That's why I'm glad Trump is in office, though, because we need to tell him, yeah, yeah, defund historic black university colleges. Those are all the people that's running administration, the student body leads, the student administration. All these are Caribbeans and Africans running these organizations, though. Even a lot of these NAACP, a lot of them are a bunch of immigrants. So I went to this Urban League event, right? You had the California Let's Stay Black Caucus. One of the people that voted to turn his reparations, she's one of the Boule Sambos though, but she's married to a Mexican. So yeah, they were talking about all that black and brown, and for y'all understand that the NAACP, not the NAACP, but the Urban League, it's a whole bunch of immigrants. Talk about that black and brown bullshit. These whole bunch of Caribbean Africans and Belizeans and Afro Latinos that's running that shit though. So I'm glad Trump is off because if Kamala Harris would gotten in there, these terrorists and stuff like that, they would have had more power to basically undermine black Americans. But I'm glad that the people on the grassroots stopped them. Now, Trump, what he gonna do is that he gonna take the tax exemption away from the NAACP because he got full control of the government. He got full control of the government to change the IRS tax codes though. That means these mega black churches and the NAACP, he gonna take their tax exemption away from them, and that's a good thing. So these legacy black organizations they need to be dismantled though. The NAACP, the urban league, these sororities, these fraternities, the
Yep.
well, the
They need to
Jack
be
and Jill, the
they need to be
Freemasons, Easter
audited,
Star.
audited to show that they're not doing anything for Black Americans. That's all I want. Just audit it so the whole world can see that you've been hyper focused on foreigners. Go ahead,
They sure
Dwight.
have. That's why Trump. That's why we been. That's why we need. That's why I'm glad people on the grassroots they do need to be audited though. The NAACP, these mega black churches. This is very crazy. In Los Angeles, you got three mega black churches, and the conditions in the black community still the same over there. You got these mega black churches like TD Jakes, Creflo, Take Your Last Dollar, First Avenue Church, Los Angeles. You got all these mega black churches that get millions of dollars, and the change is still the same around the black community though. That's why I'm glad that the younger black people, like my generation younger, is leaving the black church though. That's why you got a lot of these black churches having a hard time staying open though, because they ain't doing nothing to help out foundational black American freeman society though. They're only for their own selfish reasons. That's why I'm glad Trump is in the office. And also all the gentrification projects going on in these Democratic ran cities. Trump said he gonna stop all federal funding to come to these sanctuary cities though. That means all these gentrification projects have been going on that these black boule they've been supporting. It's gonna be to a halt, a standstill for the next 4 years though. And then he gonna take all their funding and grants it away from them so they won't be able to have they'll be broke. These sorority fraternities and these Boule organization, they'll be broke for the next 4 years though, because they ain't getting shit under Kamala Harris, under JD Vance to Donald Trump. And I'm glad though that
Listen, they'll see just how racist these liberals are. Did you stop? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay. You can interject though.
I mean, they'll see just how racist these liberals are once they can't get their froyo, and um you know their dogs can't be peaceful and live comfortably. Once that happens, they'll definitely see how cutthroat liberals are. Um, they're talking about, well, where are the races? Oh my gosh, these white people, they're so dramatic,
And
so
you got to think
dramatic.
about it, most of the gentrification is mostly done in Democratic ran cities, though. And also, it's a story out there, for y'all live in Louisiana, it's this black Democrat Boulay mayor out of Sweetport, Louisiana. She lost her seat against Republicans, so that whole city of Sweetport, Louisiana, I think it's Baton Rouge. That whole city flipped. The whole city flipped Republican. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The black Democrat Boulay a person lost their seat to a Republican in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So that whole city flipped Republican, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So these black boule, they actually scared and terrified of.
Didn't Boosie come out as a Trump fan?
Yup.
Yep. Yeah, for y'all that's live in Louisiana, Baton Rouge area, the Republicans took over the whole city though now, which is a good thing. That means they gon' not gonna be a sanctuary city no more for y'all to live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And also Karen Bass and Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson is Haitian. For y'all understand that. Brandon Johnson named the Foundation of Black American.
What?
He's Haitian. Yeah, Brandon Johnson and stuff. He's Haitian.
You sure is.
He's a whole Caribbean Haitian though. That's why he kept it so hard for these Hispanic immigrants out there in Chicago. Because he's a whole Haitian. He's a whole immigrant.
I have a question. Is Karen Bass, is she non FBA, or is she married to a Mexican
Good
Karen
Mexican?
question.
Bass used to be married to one though. I believe she is foundational Black American though, but she used to be married to one. She got kids by one though.
Oh, go ahead, Love I am.
Yes.
Hey y'all. Thank you. So, I was gonna say, it's gotten so bad because the reality is that in Africa, when their leadership goes and speaks on their behalf, they refer to themselves as African. So they never refer to themselves as black people. So that means that, like in Africa with the African Union and stuff like that, when they go and represent in front of the United Nations, or they go and represent wherever, they're only speaking on behalf of their people. They're not speaking on behalf of black people, and we know that black Americans do not have any representation in the African Union. But when they come here, so they're African, and they found a way to exclude. So they have an exclusive conversation and advocacy for Africans that does not include black American people. But now here in America, they're trying, like, we are in a state of an emergency when you really think about it. Because now here in America, all of our what should be our advocacy is being done by people who are appropriating our identity. So they're doing more than, it's not just cosplaying for clout. It's literally so that black Americans will have zero advocacy on earth. Like like this is really crazy. Like, if they are all speaking for us here, no one's speaking for us anywhere else. And mind you, I don't believe we're Africans, but I'm just throwing that out there. Then it's literally, we are the one nation of people that has no advocacy. And it's just so weird that people are comfortable with that. So it's more than just clout. They literally are trying to just make us not have no voice at all anywhere. It's really weird. And
Yep,
I that's
they worm their way on all those college organizations and clubs, and then they have their own clubs. So yeah, go ahead, Love.
No, I was just gonna say, and yes, that was my experience in college. What I was gonna say is that I know that the submission that I just said is not nothing that we are not all aware of. But when you really think about it, like, we should be, like, this is really bad. Like, this is not good. This is really, really bad. We should be fighting like in a state of emergency type of thing. We literally have zero advocacy except for us just being able to speak and communicate our position. And people are literally used and brought here to demonize us for that. This is demonic as fuck. And that was my experience in college, is that I was actually part of the Pan-African Student Organization, but which invited all groups, but then the African Student Association did not want Black Americans to join. We had to have a reconciliation, and there was nothing reconciled. So literally, these people, they want to colonize us too. The Africans want to colonize us too. The Caribbeans, they have a more covert way of operating, but they want to colonize us too. They literally want us to. It's like we are prisoners of war. Honestly, like all of these groups are have conspired to disenfranchise us.
That's what Neely Fuller said. Neely Fuller said we're prisoners of war. It's interesting you
And
should say that.
and
Yeah.
also and
But
also did
go
you
ahead. Go ahead, Love I Am. Continue.
No, I'm done. I'm just, we don't, it's just, I can't believe that this is not, I can't believe that this hasn't made like a international, like everyone's perspective is just to demonize Black Americans. Like everyone just gets on board to weaponize statistics, stereotypes. Like no one finds it odd that we don't have any advocacy at all. And they're trying to make us the most murderous population in America and literally evade our entire history. Like, no one finds that weird. I just think that that should be of international concern. And it's weird to me that we're making headway in these spaces, but it's just weird to me that no one is concerned with that on a international level.
Love I Am. I got the solution for you, and actually, I don't have it. Dr. Howard Zinn has it for you. Zinn has a very interesting story, but we'll talk about that later. Dr. Zinn says, quote, he's to give you a little context, he's talking about the Irish, but this dynamic, you have to keep in mind that the Irish immigrants were amongst the first immigrants to come to attack us. um, I would say the English were first with the Georgia Corporation. The Irish were, I think second, but maybe I'm not sure, second or third. Well, Dr. Zen says, quote, how could these new Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathetic with the black slave who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country? Indeed, most working class at this time ignored the plight of the blacks. Eli Moore, a New York trade union leader elected to Congress, argued in the House of Representatives against receiving abolitionist petitions. And he hits a nail on the head right here when he says, quote, racist hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. So basically, to kind of summarize that and put a pin in it, Dr. Zen identifies that these groups come over here starving and stanking, begging for bread, embarrassed. What did our brother Tariq Nasheed say? He said these folks left Europe and never looked back. Like we know, some of y'all live in Chicago, some of y'all live in Milwaukee, some of y'all live in Detroit, some of y'all live in LA. I bet you every last one of y'all who don't live in the South can identify a family member in the South, right? Because we keep up with each other, right? These immigrants don't know who the fuck they don't know anybody back in Ireland because they ran the fuck away from that place. And what did Dr. Zen say? Racial hostility became an easy substitute for class frustration. What that means in simple terms is I'm embarrassed. I ran away from my homeland. I left people dying over there. And instead of me thinking about that, let me focus on the Negro. And that's been our position. Focus on us. Focus on us. Focus on us. But there's a divinity in that. What do you mean? Well, let's go to science. Let's look at that nuclear weapon. That nuclear weapon uses uranium 235 or plutonium, but let's just deal with uranium. If you squeeze uranium hard enough from every direction, you have a high probability of sparking a critical mass.
Hey,
And
Professor Allen,
when that shit sparks critical mass, you get a dynamic explosion. we're being pushed so hard that I don't know, a diamond might get created
Hey, Professor
or
Allen,
something else. Yes.
I've been noticing that for the last 2 weeks, ever since President-elect Donald Trump won his re-election, though, I've been noticing that these tattlers been trying to act somewhat, try to act somewhat, trying to act like they're fake solidarity with us, though, because now they're saying, now these tattlers and these Democratic shills and black bourgeoisie boule niggas, though, what they're saying is that we could be deported too. They talk about if Trump gets rid of the 14th Amendment, which is birthright citizenship, that gets to affect foundational Black America, but which is not true. We the only group that can be deported.
Yeah, but
My I can trace
my
my
question
ancestry
then,
back
my
to
question
I can
then
trace
would
my
be deported where?
it's no we can't be deported. We the only group that can be deported. See these Democratic shields and these immigrants though they try to make it seem like that we deportable, which we not. And they can't revoke our censorship though because they don't got nowhere to send to us like these first second generation like the Myron Games they can revoke his censorship and send his ass back to the Sudan.
I don't know. That's kind of tricky. I don't know. That's a con law question, and that's just tricky. I know that I would say with confidence that I'm not going to get deported. Deported where? This is my homeland. Maybe I can get deported back to Alabama. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's just a cannon fodder to be talked about, and that's kind of what our brother Tariq Nasheed calls a time wasting argument because it's just not. There are no merits. It's what the law professors call frivolous. Just talk. It means nothing.
They'll
Uh,
do anything to force team us together with these people. Oh, we're all getting deported. No, go away. Even if I got deported, I still don't like you. I'll just be deported and come back because you can't deport me to Mexico. I don't even care. There's no scenario where I want to align with you. So stop the BS. We're not getting deported. There's nothing they can revoke back because we would be stateless individuals. We have no history in any place but here.
Facts.
Exactly. Fact.
Yeah, and the
And
basis for
also
making these decisions would be Constitution, and I just got through teaching about the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was really created for us. So uh, the issue we have is we need foundational Black Americans that actually have allegiance to us in positions of power. Maybe we need to start a campaign to put more foundational Black American children into law school. And maybe the community needs to pay for it because what happens with law students is you graduate with such an immense amount of debt that you're forced to work for corporations. You're forced to work for the fucking enemy. So maybe we need to start paying for them children to go to law school. And we definitely, like Dr. Claude Anderson said, need to pay for our own candidates because we have a lot of traitors, a lot of turncoats, some intentional and some just by function of student loans. Mr. AI, what's on your mind?
Hey, brothers and sisters. Good evening. I just posted a video of the sister. I was watching this YouTube podcast called the Daily Wrap Up Crew and everything else. Have quite a few non FBA brothers who host the show and everything else. And I have noticed that over the last maybe 10, 25 years, that we have this bit of this anti black male movement, from these these pink pill contents and everything else who are encouraging black women to marry white men. But I noticed something though, these are non-FBA women that are pushing that type of stuff and everything else. I just posted this video to you guys of this non-FBA sister talking about if if he ain't white, then he's not right. These are being pushed by these non-FBA black women and everything who are telling and creating this false narrative about black men and been doing this, on these podcasts and everything else. There is an anti-black American movement that's been caused by some of these people and everything who come from these immigrant backgrounds. You mentioned about the Myron Gaines and everything else. You have a guy named Johnny Somalia who's right now in
South Korea.
South Korea right.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's been doing
Is he
that.
in
He's been
jail?
doing that. Actually, he's been doing it
Yeah,
forever.
he's in jail in South
Yes,
Korea.
he's
Yep, he's looking
yeah.
at he
Excellent.
and
Excellent.
also out there in South
I
Hey,
Korea.
hey, the black. Let him finish his submission. Let him finish.
yeah. That's what, yeah. But see,
That
if
wasn't
we all
me.
notice the trend right now on these YouTube podcasts and everything else. Everything that they're saying about negative about black people, particularly black men, are coming from non FBA black women and everything else. So that's part. See, I didn't vote for Donald Trump or anything. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris and everything. I voted for Dr. Cornel West. But this is part of the reason why, I see why a lot of black folks did vote for Donald Trump because of some of this crap that's going on right now by these black
Let
immigrants,
me
and it's a crying shame because yeah, because back then, I didn't, some of the older generation people, they appreciated, the guys like historically Carl Michaels and everything else who were writers and everything else during the civil rights movement. And there were some that did, but there were some that, just kind of low key just stayed away from everything else. My dad, I come from my mom was born and raised here in Spring here in Missouri. Okay. My mom's side, I have my dad, granddad, who was born, grandparents. My great grandmother was born in Oklahoma, so she's part of the Cherokee family and everything else. My dad came here in the United States back in the 1960s. Okay, and me and my dad were talking about this. He said that I've never seen a whole bunch of these new immigrants just going on this anti-black male anti-black American behavior. He's never seen this happen in his lifetime, and it's just constantly going on right now, especially on YouTube and everything else. We were talking about it today. He said, why are we seeing a lot of this YouTube content where you have the Myron gangs who are sitting up there inviting, white supremacist group using the N word a lot and everything else. He said, why is that happening? I said, well, Dad, some of these people who are coming from these countries, they're already coming in there trying to co-sign with white supremacists. That's the problem. It's constant. It's going on every time I go on YouTube. That's what I see a lot of these anti-black male um, behavior coming from these non-FBA black women.
let me explain some
So
of
that's
the reasons. Number one, their men will murder them. Their men hate their guts. And they come over here. There's an epidemic of Nigerian men killing their wives here. They literally kill them in Nigeria and they literally kill them here. You can look it up. It's an epidemic of Nigerian
yeah,
men killing their wives. So their men kill them, okay? They don't like each other.
yeah,
And then they come over here and they're not the top thing on the list that a black American man wants to date. So they have a hostility toward everyone and they just group it all as black men suck. Well, then go get a white man. Why are you talking about black men all day? That's my question. That goes for Tommy Sotomayor.
yeah.
If you don't like black women, why are you talking about them? And that goes for the passport boys and all the
Well,
rest of them. If you don't like them, go get the white woman, go get the Asian woman, and see how that works out. And if you really were enjoying the company of those people, you wouldn't be talking about people you don't like all day. That's what the dead giveaway is on that.
And Wally.
yeah. Hey, one other thing too. It's not just in Africa. I mean, you watch on some of these video posts here, you see a lot of these African men sitting up there just hacking their own women and everything else. And you see a lot of domestic violence, going on in some of these third world countries and some parts of the Caribbean nations and everything else. So that's something, that's part of the reason why they have this trauma towards this black men. But you know what though too? Even some of these white men, are smacking around black women as well too,
Well,
and
I think
everything
you're
else.
mentioning
So
Yes, they are.
the
Yes,
issues.
they are.
Y'all are correct, but the issue is more specific than that. To understand the issue, the anger and vitriol towards black men, you have to really delve into the mind of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing vis-a-vis her book and understand that what you're looking
yeah,
at is a ball game. Dr. Welsing said one day he was sitting, he was outside on a Sunday and everybody's in church, nobody, no music, and she could think. There was no music, no noise. And she said, "Damn, what's the significance of a ball game?" Like it dawned on her, the balls are testicles. That's what this world is about. It's no different than when you go in your backyard and you see squirrels chasing after other squirrel. You know what that's about? The male squirrels chase the other male squirrel to fight over women or girl squirrels. If they catch him, word on the streets, they bite his nuts off because they want genetic dominance, right? Freud identified
right,
European motivation. According to Freud, um, Europeans are driven by two forces, Thanatos and Eros. The death instinct is Thanatos, and the love instinct is Eros. Now, love means sex, so I don't know if love is the correct thing to call it, but I'll digress. And that comes from that nurturing period that Europeans were allegedly created, or I'm gonna say, formulated through. That was very harsh, where you had very limited times to procreate. You had very limited times to very limited amounts of women to procreate because men were considered more useful in that freezing climate. And last but not least, killing was a virtue. You had to know how to kill. And there are a lot of that I'm gonna leave alone. But anyway, what is
yeah. Well, my
what is clear
yeah, Michael
according to
Bradley
Dr.
wrote a
Welsing is that black men contain the highest threat to of genetic annihilation vis-a-vis genes of any other group. Wani just talked about um, our sister Halle Berry, who's mixed. She's a biracial child, half and half, half white, half black, and she married a very, very, very white young man, um, and the baby came out black. That's kind of what Dr. Welsing is talking about when Dr. Welsing says, "quote Indeed, if the understood threat to white genetic survival was the black male's genitalia," she said genital apparatus, I don't want to misquote her, consciously or, ooh, that's so powerful. She said consciously or what? Unconsciously. Woo. That's deep as hell because it's one thing to know consciously, hey, he's my enemy. It's a whole nother ball game to know that you're my enemy subconsciously. Because that way you get to lie to yourself and say, I love black people. My best friend is black, like Bill Clinton and that lawyer he used to hang out with. What was his name? Ron Brown, who died in a plane crash.
Ron
Hell
Brown.
yeah, and Dick Gregory found
Yeah,
a picture that had a 9 millimeter hole in the back of his head. Yeah, right, he was his best friend. It was
yeah.
unconscious bias. Dr. Wilson further says the white psyche, quote, the white psyche would be compelled to produce a weapon of defense of comparable greater power than that of the black male's penis and testicles. She lastly says, quote, it should be made clear that the black male's genital apparatus is the most feared relative to the genital apparatus non of other non-white males because in possessing the greatest potential to produce melanin, the pigment responsible for all true skin coloration, black males have the greatest genetic potential to annihilate the global white minority. What Dr. Welsing is saying is that gun, that great equalizer, was created in diametric opposition to the black man's private part, or as the good group from the early 1980s, they put it this way, the Brothers Johnson. But I digress. Love, I am. What's on your mind?
Oh, Professor. One more thing before
Hold,
Love
hold
I
on,
Am speak.
hold on, Black. Love, I am was first. Go ahead. Love, I am.
I was gonna say that one of my best friends, really good friends, um started her own law firm when she graduated law school. And to be honest, so there was a lot of gatekeeping of information when she started out. But I remember she said that because of the way that uh, Black American people are kind of treated when they begin law and are hired at these firms, that um her dad literally ended up saying like um a alternative option would be to just start your own firm, and that's what she did. And I think that so that's just for when you were talking about how we need to encourage more young Black children to go to law school, but we also need to encourage more individuals to start their own firms. It's not something that's not feasible.
Yeah,
And we always go
that's
ahead.
kind of, I'm glad you said that because I didn't really complete my statement where I kind of, yeah, you're right. I should have said we need to encourage. What I meant to say, Love I Am, is we need to encourage our young foundational Black American children to go to law school. The neighborhood needs to pay for it. We need to come together and pay for it, pay for their degree, and hit them with a contract that says you have to work. We're going to pay for your law degree, but you owe us 10 years of service once you pass bar because we need public interest attorneys. So I left out a whole part. That's my bad. But you continue, Love I Am.
Absolutely. And so in starting that firm, um and now this is not relegated to just Black lawyers, because I know that my friend has trained under Black one very prominent Black attorney, but then also some white ones as well. But there has to be seasoned lawyers that will be willing to train um that same population that you're talking about who's graduated law school.
Oh, yeah.
um and all of that is very feasible. um and right now her law firm, they specialize in asset recovery. So like when the police officers, they arrest someone and they seize someone's property and they do it in an unjust type way, she specializes in that area. But my point is that there just needs to be, we have to believe that we can do stuff. Because I had a conversation with her about how she just went out on a limb. And she's always had a lot of confidence. She was our valedictorian graduating. So, and her dad is very supportive. But yeah, we have to believe that we can be able to do stuff, because we can. And we have to keep in mind that because we're such a large ethnicity, single ethnicity, we have the ability to become our own economic base in all areas. Every area that was covered with our, we had, I use the language of, when I have my talking points, we had our own self sustained towns and communities. But within those towns and communities, we had every area covered, and we still have those same numbers. They literally just tricked us out of our spot through the psychological warfare. We still, not the same numbers, but I'm saying we still have that. That's still a possibility. We don't have to. And if what we could do even tomorrow, if we really wanted to and wanted to put our mental spiritual energy and move with intentionality, we could literally bankrupt all of these foreign businesses in our community. That could happen in a week time frame. It's totally feasible. It's just about believing what can happen. That's really where they tricked us, is they tricked us out of our ability to believe and manifest. And I heard this Thanksgiving, that I heard in the spirit that they lied to us about so many things, that even Thanksgiving, that's a manifestation holiday. Use it to manifest, by giving, because it's the law of reciprocity. Give thanks and receive back. That's literally like, that's the spiritual law of reciprocity. Is give and receive back. Gratitude, um and receiving back. That's reciprocity. And they just tricked us out of being able to believe in ourselves, is what I'm seeing. All of this is totally feasible, it's totally possible. all of it.
Absolutely.
But I just
I
put
was,
in.
I was just going to say we have bankrupted places in 1 month. They were done. Just don't go in there the moment. And I know an easy way to do it. Just pay a homeless person to stand in front of the building 24/7. Just give them some money. Just stand here with this sign, letting people that are going in there know that the person has been, rude or whatever the issue is, and they won't make it because that's what some guy did. One guy. They didn't have to have a whole protest. Just one guy standing in front saying, "Nope, they're ignorant. They called me the N word." Yada yada yada, and that place was out of business. Go ahead, Love I am.
See, we could even do it if somebody says, well, it's not feasible to ask black women to go to no beauty supplies. If we were more organized, we could literally bankrupt them one at a time. You got a beauty supply up the street, and we say no one shop here. Everybody take their business to these to elsewhere.
Amazon,
And okay, yeah, exactly. And
not a
then
third
even
party.
and keep a tab on what you purchase. Bankrupt them. Then that one, then you, so you had 20. Stop going there. You got 19 that you can go to for now. That one is out of business. Now you're dealing with 19 stores. You say don't go to this one for a certain time frame. Now you got 18 stores. So you see what I'm saying? Like, even if it doesn't seem feasible to just not go to any,
No, you can do it.
keep
And you know
tabs.
what? We
Yeah.
did it before with the bus boycott. But this I watched this country try to make boycotting against the law. Remember during COVID, they tried to say shunning, getting away from someone who you thought had COVID and not going in their stores was against the law. Well, guess what? I'm going to go to jail because I have shunned the hell out of those stores since I was a teenager. And I will never walk into them ever under any circumstances. The only thing that I have to use is gas stations. Like if I'm running out of gas, I can't dictate who I'm going to end up with, but I'm not going to go to any stores like that ever. I mean, I just act like the store doesn't exist. The Black Vanguard, did you want to say some stuff?
Yeah, I'll just post some of the jumbotron. I gotta go though, but I'll be back later on tonight. But yeah, I just put the jumbotron about the countries with the highest femicide rate in the world. Central African Republic, Jamaica. Jamaica has one of the most highest femicide rate in the world. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, Jamaica is number two when it comes to the most high femicide rate in the world. So they're bringing a
What?
trauma from their countries. They're bringing
Number
it over here.
2. Oh my God.
Those are top 10 countries with the highest femicide rate in the world, though. So that's the reason why you got a lot of these foreigners that have anti-black American male rhetoric, though, because these are foreigner women. Because over in their country, like somebody said, in Nigeria, you got a big academic of Nigerians being their wives and their girls and their women in America. Same thing over in Nigeria. Same thing. You go over there to like the Middle East, though, places like the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they abuse their women over there in these Arab countries, and China, they do the same thing over there in China. They abuse their women over there in China. Same thing. You go to like Jamaica, Trinidad, Belize, Suriname,
No,
Guyana.
it's actually everywhere
Yeah,
where the women have
it's
not fought for
everywhere.
civil
If
rights for their own rights. So that's their lazy ass
yeah,
problem. They need to fight for rights and stop getting mad at me because I've tried to help these women and they told me we like FGM and our grandmothers do it to us and our men take care of us. So ha ha ha. So I guess get hit in the head with a rock and have a nice life.
here's another thing too, is that a lot of these ladies, complain that, whenever they work as maids, some of these Africans who work as maids go. I mean, they go there and work as maids over in the Middle East, which is I whoever is telling them to go work over there, needs to be slapped around because when they do that, they end up getting prostituted, missing, or killed, and everything else. So hell, somebody needs to tell these women, don't in Africa, don't go up there, don't work over there, with these with these Arab men and everything else. You end up missing.
But they're prostitutes over in Africa,
So
so I think they agree to be prostitutes and then lie
yeah,
and say that they thought they were going to be
Yeah, and
nannies. I
also when I
believe
went
their
over there to
story.
Tanzania, is that you have a whole lot of especially East Africans like Ethiopians, Somalians, Eritreans, Kenyans, Tanzanians, some people from Nigeria. They go over to these Arab countries, some of these North African countries and Arab Middle Eastern countries. They go over there because they promise them they get paid them real good as working as maids over there. So they travel over to their country. These rich Arab families pay them a one way ticket to work as a maid, and once they get over there, they pay them for like the first 1 month, and then they make them work as slaves. They trying to leave the country. They put them in jail. And also is that they seize their passports
yeah,
once they get inside the airport. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, the UAE. I seen that stuff. How you got these rich Arab families that own these hotels and mansions. How they make it work. These Africans though, and they trying to leave, and they don't pay them for their services though. They make it work as basically as modern day slaves. They got a whole Sharia law, caliphate system over there. Over there, in a lot of places in North Africa and the Middle East, though they still practice that to this day. And you got slavery going on in Africa right now. Over there in Ethiopia, I know Brother Mikhail can speak for this. Over in Ethiopia, you got the certain tribes that are called the Hibisha tribe over there in Ethiopia. They what they do is that
yes. Oh, I've
they
heard
sell their
about
kids
that.
to slavery to the Europeans and the Arabs over there in places like Ethiopia and Somalia though.
Yes, I saw. I saw that posted on Twitter a couple days ago where the people they sold them to a Chinese man and everything, and they have the hell of a lot they're talking about us Black Americans, but I mean, look, the video speaks for itself. These folks, you know, they're colonized. They really are. They're really colonized and everything else. And, you know, they can blame white folks, but they should. But it's
No,
part of their. It's some of it's part of their.
no, it's all them. They
What?
they like to sell people. That's
Yes.
they were doing that before Europeans came. They don't believe. These are
Yeah.
concepts. We have a concept that we own our own bodies and like no one gets to touch me. They don't agree with that concept. They think that people do get
Yeah.
to touch you and people can take you hostage and take you and make you do things. That's why they're still taking children and shoving them in cobalt mines. They just don't have the same these are all just agreed upon concepts. Just like the Khoisan had
Yeah.
the concept that they were going to have a territory where they hunted and fished and lived, and then the Bantu had the concept that they
The
were going to
Bantus.
farm and own land and that you shouldn't walk on that land and hunt. So they have different concepts. And over here, of course, we've all agreed, not me, that people can own land even though they stole it, and that you can't walk on it, and that I have to pay to go fishing, and I have to pay to park, and I have to pay to have a house, and I have to pay taxes, and I have to do all these things. I didn't agree to that, but that's what they've agreed to over here. But those are concepts that people have agreed to. And they never stopped thinking that human beings, because this concept of raping, that's new. That wasn't a thing.
Yeah. That's very
They
new.
just like I want to do something and I'm going to do
Yeah.
it. It's a new concept that you just can't have sex with me because I passed by. That's a new concept and it's not something that they agreed to over in Africa. So in Africa and all these places we keep saying they have a high rape rate. It's a rape capital. It's this and that.
Oh, it sure
To
is, Wanda.
them,
Well,
they're
I went
not
over there.
raping. To
And
Yeah.
them, it's
also,
not raping, though.
and
But from their point of view, they're not raping anyone. There's nothing wrong with it. That's their culture. That's what they just haven't gotten to the point where their women or men have said, don't do that. And when you do have sex with someone against their will, they're ruined, they're soiled. So you owe the father something, not the woman. They don't care about her business. You have soiled the father's property, you soiled the husband's property. And that is the way that they think. They don't even think the woman is an actual thing. Like your body, yourself being violated, that's nothing. It only counts if your father gets mad.
Oh yeah,
See, we have to understand.
I
You
showed
have to
my
understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
I showed my student the Sharia law chart the other day, and if I find it, I'll put it in a jumbotron. But to support Wani, it was ridiculous. Sharia law was like um, had a set of consequences. Stoning was one. Uh, uh,
Stoning,
it was
lynching,
a whole bunch, but it was like
burning
if a
people.
woman gets accused of adultery, she gets stoned. Like that's an
It's still going
accusation.
on right now. Speaking in certain parts of East Africa and the Middle East, though, especially Saudi Arabia,
It
because
was
I've
like
been over there.
the
I,
accusation.
And in India,
The
yeah, because
India is
I've
worse.
been to Saudi Arabia though. They
but
still
the
do.
act the act it's just the accusation. It didn't say the conviction. It said the accusation of adultery. The woman gets stoned. It was absolutely ridiculous.
It
Yeah.
Can we
is. It's
talk
still
about
going
the
on right
female
now.
genitalia mutilation?
Oh
Yeah, it's
yeah.
still going on right
That
now.
was one of them. I didn't show that,
Mutilation,
but that was one of them. I forgot the consequence. I mean the law that was broke.
rape.
But yeah, Jill and Taylor gets mutilated. But one of them, the law said if you get convicted of stealing, the hand that you stole with gets cut off. Those people are crazy over there.
It is though. It's still going on right now. Speak, especially places like Saudi Arabia. I've been over to Saudi Arabia though. They have laws like that to this day. It still exists out there. Places like Saudi Arabia and Yemen. They stay in Oman, not Oman, but Saudi Arabia. I went over there. They got laws, them old school Arab Sharia law system going on right now in Saudi Arabia. Speak same thing. You go to some of the North Africa like Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria. They still got them old traditional laws going on right now as you speak. In them countries, Somalia, where is that? Eritrea, certain parts of Ethiopia, they still practice this to this day. So in Nigeria, they do that because Nigeria is half Muslim, half Christian. The northern part of Nigeria, they still practice that to this day. So yeah, they still going on. Also, I'm gonna bring up that slavery still going on right now in East and West Africa. Like you people about the cobalt mines over there, how they making these Congolese people work as slaves for the cobalt mines, making them pay
Children,
children.
children,
Yep,
12
children.
years
Yep,
old
and
or less.
also is that they make it work for these companies like Sony, with Apple, places like Sony, Apple, these electronic companies though, Pixar, all these technology places though, Dale, and they're making working slaves over the same thing about these cocoa plants that make the chocolate Hershey and Nestle. You got them cocoa plants
They've
over
got
there.
them working on plantations
They
too.
sure
Yep,
is. Same
go
thing in
ahead.
West Africa though too, especially in places like Nigeria, Ghana, the Ivory Coast. You got them shea butter and cocoa plants. Them Africans only own their own shea butter and cocoa plants over there. You got Belgium chocolate companies over there. You got Hershey, Nestle have whole factories and plants over there where they make them African working slaves over there in West Africa, especially in places like Nigeria, Ghana, the Ivory Coast. I seen a whole Hershey factory. I went over there to Ghana. They even control their own cocoa plants over there. That the Europeans monopolize control of that over there.
Anybody else want to contribute?
And oh, when I went over there to Jamaica. The Jamaicans came and go to their own beaches in their own country. There's only like two beaches in the whole island that they're allowed to go to over
Let's
there.
go. We're gonna go ahead and Marcel Lovett. We'll come back to you, Black.
All right, yeah,
What?
I'm gonna have to drop down because I got a couple things that I do. I'm gonna come back later. The space still open. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Oh yeah, I
Hello.
see you later, bro.
I'm
Marcel, what's on your mind?
Yeah, let me start by saying this. I am American, right? But I was listening to what y'all was saying, but I was exploring other cultures like recently, and like people in like North Africa and these Arabian countries, They think Americans are absolute degenerates. The fact that we don't discipline our women, I do think it is fucked up to like stone women to death and all that. But they think that our women running around being like liberated and like, dressing how they want and having sex freely, they think that Americans are an absolute scum of the earth. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
they
we
don't like
know.
us.
But they do those. But here's the thing: every time someone has a pompous attitude like that, um, hate to break it to you, but these men go to clubs where little boys dress up like women and they have sex with tiny children.
Yeah,
So
that's
I was
real
they
just
don't
talk.
about
have
to say
any.
that.
They have bachabazi culture and they have things similar to bachabazi all throughout that area. They want these cultures where they keep the women tucked away, like you're clean and you're good and you're the mother, you go in the house. Those cultures, the men go out and do other things. Camels are not safe, little boys are not safe,
That's not funny.
and so they're degenerate. I'm not saying that I like thought culture because I don't. I don't like it. But they are not better. They're just mad because we're doing things out in the open. We have an honest society where people talk about being molested, people talk about sexual liberation, they talk about it, and sometimes they, have movements about it. Um, but they're not in a position, they have no moral position to do anything. I'm not going to listen to Buddhists because they tongue kiss little boys and do artwork about monks and shogun having sex with children. That's art to them. So nobody's going to open their mouth at all about anything when they have cultures like that.
Yeah, I was watching an interview with this guy. I can't think of his name, but the most elite unit in the world is servicemen call it CAG. I've never figured out what CAG means, but it's referred to as the unit. Y'all have heard of it by its unofficial name, Delta Force. Delta. It's the army. But and again, then again, Delta is like everybody. So Delta is just this elite shadow force. Well, there's a Delta, um, a high-ranking enlisted man, retired, that's speaking now. He has a podcast with Joe Rogan, but he was talking about they send him on a mission. So Delta Force is they're so elite that the SEALs thing is they work in teams. The Green Berets they work in teams. Rangers, special forces you have teams like different guys do different things. 18 Delta is a medic. 18 Bravo is a guns guy. They work together as a team. Well, Delta, according to what he said, is like you may or may not need a team. They may send you by your damn self. So they sent this dude on a mission by his damn self in the middle of Iraq. He didn't speak any lick of Iraq. It was just fucking crazy to hear this. But anyway, he said he went to a building to collect intel. He played like he was mentally deranged because he didn't speak Iraqi. And people would try to talk to him. He'd go, or make noises and stuff. It was brilliant. It was just so fucking brilliant what he was saying. But anyway, he went to a building to pull intel on somebody, and they wanted this shit so crazy. Like he knew enough intel that he knew that they were trying to rape him, like these Iraqis, and he knew this. And they made him drink some tea. The tea was laced with opium, and he knew opium makes you real sleepy. But Delta Force, they so on their shit that Delta gives you speed and cocaine, just in case somebody drugs you, you can counteract it. So he said he counteracted he immediately took a vial of speed to counteract the opium, and he was up. And they were waiting on him to fall asleep. He never fell asleep. They fell asleep. But he said in the middle of the night he heard like, well, this is too graphic for my show, but basically they were abusing a little boy. They were abusing him, and he heard every lick of
What
it.
what
And
country was this again?
Iraq,
Iran? Iraq. Oh
Iraq.
yeah.
And he said he heard it all night, but his mission was to pull intel on another building. And he said he was caught with a dilemma: either botch the mission and just go waste those dudes who were abusing that child, or just let it happen and finish his mission. So he had to let it happen, but I'm gonna send you that interview, Wani. It's Joe Rogan, guys, and it's
What
outrageous.
about that guy that was told to retire because he didn't like the Afghan, I think he was a commander or something. He was our ally, and he had a little boy tied to the bedpost, and he was raping
Jeez.
him.
Ugh.
And he was like, "No, I can't be. This guy can't be on our side." And the Marines told him he had to put up with it. And then they said, "I think you need to retire."
Yep. Yep. It's a culture. It's like you said. It's like normal over there, and a lot of our servicemen have issue with it. They have complete issue with it.
They said
I
that
don't think it's normal. It's not normal over there.
No, it's normal to them. It's not
It's
normal.
looked down upon by most people.
they
That's like
s-
them saying that our culture is like pedophilia or what's something fucked up in society over here because it happens common.
okay, but they said that those guys are so powerful and they have so many weapons that they can't make them stop doing it. And it is widespread though. It's multiple names for it across um any place that was touched by Turkey or the Ottoman Empire, which is a lot. That was touched by the Greco-Roman Empire, which is a lot. They abuse little boys and they play it off.
The people in power.
No, the regular people.
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
uh,
The dynamics are different. The watch that Joe Rogan interview. It'll give you a lot of insight.
It's
This
called, in that area, it's called Bachabazi, but in other areas, it's another name. And what they're doing is they want to lock the women away. And when women are locked away, the only thing out is no good women and children. And they prefer to dress little boys up. And this has been going on for probably thousands of years, but hundreds of years, where they dress little boys up. And you won't believe it, but the Aztec Empire had the same setup. They had the woman's house where you could go and have, food and prostitutes, but they had little boys in there as well.
Jeez, terrible.
but y'all acknowledge that
Inside,
that's not the norm, though, right?
I'm saying,
it is the norm.
obviously, it's not the norm to us, but I'm saying,
It is the norm
depending
because
on the jurisdiction you're talking about over there,
I
debauchery,
say I say it is the norm
right?
because if we have to be told to accept this, if I'm a Marine and I'm being told they're going to do this and you better watch out for it and be prepared, then it is the norm. Or else it would be
But
something rare
y'all
that
are
they didn't have.
Americans.
Huh?
You're missing. I think you're missing the point. Yes, we're saying to us that is outrageously abnormal. I mean, that is just.
Is it not? Is it not in America?
I don't understand. I don't.
Here's what not in
We're
America.
talking
Well,
about Iraq. I'm talking about
okay,
Iraq.
we're talking about Iraq, but I'm comparing like apples to oranges in a way. But it's still degeneracy. Was what I'm saying.
You mean it's pedophilia in America? Is that what you're asking?
That too, yes, that's a part of it.
Okay, well, it's not institutionalized. That's the
Yes, it is.
difference. No, it's not. Pedophilia is not institutionalized in America.
Not
It's
at
not
all.
part of the culture. That you go to jail. The Greco-Roman Empire, it was
But over there, you get stoned
institutionalized.
to death. If they catch you, they stone you to death. It's
Uh,
not
uh,
like the norm.
Sir, you're
Then
missing the
never
issue.
mind.
You're missing it. You're totally missing it. What I'm telling you,
I'm trying to see how they stone people to death when they have parties of dancing little
And that's the
boys.
same thing in America. We lock people up for being pedophilic
well,
or
no, no, no,
doing
no, no,
stuff.
no, 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 no.
We
You miss.
don't have clubs with dancing
What?
little boys. Where is this?
He's missing the issue. The issue, and let me make it real clear: in certain jurisdictions like Iraq in the early mid 2000s, Iraq under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, that type of debauchery was completely sanctified. It was normal. I mean, if you watch this video with the special forces, I mean the Delta Force guy, he said something. Not only was that type of debauchery, well, check this shit out. Not only was that type of debauchery legal, other things were legal. Saddam Hussein had two sons, Uday and Qusay, and this guy, they hated Uday and Qusay. Well, they said Uday and Qusay used to think it was really amusing to find out if a man was getting married to a woman. They would go get the woman, and I'm gonna avoid certain words on my channel, but they would do things with the woman, then kill her. So this Delta guy, and it was Delta Force and um, Special Forces and a couple of intel guys took over Hussein's castle. Those of you old enough remember when that happened. And they took over Uday and Qusay's castle, saying, I think they killed both of them. But they were like, they said Uday and Qusay had these big ass lions as pets. And all the servicemen were scared to death, like, oh my God. And he was like, that lion wouldn't fucking touch. He's like, he never seen such a docile lion. The lion wasn't touching anybody. And this Delta Force guy said it was a little girl and her mama walking down the street. And that little girl and her mama walked past the lions who was just in the backyard behind a regular fence. He said the lions went fucking crazy. Like they were going to tear him to pieces. And then he knew. He said, I get it now. Uday and Qusay were feeding women to the goddamn lions. What I'm saying, Mr. Marcel, is in these certain jurisdictions, these certain places, all kinds of shit is legal, including but not limited to feeding women and children to lions. So usually when I go over this with my students have a certain gratitude about living in the United States of America. The United States is not that bad. It just needs to be tweaked for the foundational Black American, but I digress.
Yes, we don't have any institutionalized debauchery, but the Democrats are trying to give us institutionalized debauchery. I want to add
Facts.
that in. They're trying to make it normal to change a child's sex and take the parental responsibilities again away from a parent that says, no, I don't want my child's breast cut off. I don't want my child on puberty blockers. So they're trying to institutionalize um, sex changes on underage children. Remember back in the day when uh, some big nosed teenagers, we won't name any names, wanted to get nose jobs, um, and
Yes.
they had to wait till they were 18. Well, why would you be able to get anything that serious done um, at underage? I'm looking at pictures of little girls with mastectomies. I mean, these are girls are far under 18 years old, and that would be considered institutionalized child abuse. If we have this in our
Yep.
laws, that's institutionalized abuse.
But what Professor Olive said,
That used to be that used to be a popular thing, that I noticed when I was growing up, where when I was living in the suburbs, these teenage girls would somehow, because of their looks, would get nose jobs and everything, and excuse me when I say this, get breast implants at an early age and everything else because they didn't feel like they'd look good and everything else, and you're all right. That is institutionalized racism when you start doing that, self mutilating, your own child like that, just because you want them to look good and everything else.
Well, I don't think people have a problem with nose jobs because these girls did have toucan Sam noses. But when you start cutting things off and you know that they may change your mind, I mean, you even grown women are told, are you sure you want to get your tubes tied? They don't even recklessly do that. But you're just going to recklessly cut off a little girl's breasts and leave two gigantic scars? I don't understand. That is institutionalized, and it's the Democrats must be suppressed because they've lost their minds.
but I just want to like draw comparisons though. Like what they think though in their minds is like you let women, like young women, run around and show their breasts. Like they think that we're equally as bad as them. Is what I wanted to highlight.
Okay, I understand that, but I don't care what an Arab thinks.
But
Uh,
and they don't care
Who
what an
are they?
American thinks.
Who are they?
But
They're in
that's what
my
they say.
country. I'm not in their country. So
But
they
but
better
what
care
Professor
about what
Allen was
I'm
saying
thinking.
though, what Professor Allen was saying though, he's probably taking like a small, very small sector of the country. If somebody come from a different country and come to America, they could see something that's messed up and be like, "Oh, I went to a parade and there was a bunch of naked men running around a bunch of children." Right? They could say
Yeah,
America is
they
degenerates because
could.
in San Francisco,
That's institutionalized weirdo.
right? That's what I'm saying. They
That's
probably
why
have
the
the same thing over
Democrats
there.
must be
It's
suppressed.
No,
it's
no, 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 no. And we're muddying the waters. The point of the matter is, it's sanctified and it's sanctioned in these places like Afghanistan and Kabul. It's sanctified. The government says, okay, if you got status, if you're a royal or whoever you are, you're good to go. Do whatever the fuck you want to.
that's what
And
I'm
it's not.
saying.
And the fact of the matter is it's not sanctified in America. If you
Yes, it is. It's totally
okay,
legal.
okay,
Like
now prove it.
San Francisco.
How is it legal in America? How?
Okay, I'll explain to you. So in San Francisco, they have like something called the Folsom Parade. They have in Arizona, they got something called the Burning Man Parade. People are running around butt ass naked and do a bunch of weird shit.
No, no,
You
no,
can look
no, no,
this
no,
up.
no, no, no. Let's trade apples for apples. We're talking about
Right,
people.
right.
We're talking
Okay.
about people feeding women and children to lions and
hmm
debauchery towards children. That's not illegal. That's not legal in America. It's not.
Okay, okay. That's not
What
legal in
does that
America.
have to do with I'm not trying to be funny, but what does that have to do with Black Americans' autonomy to critique?
And you know what, Love I am. I'm so glad you said that because I think we're getting sucked in some type of distraction. That has nothing to do with our topic. And, frankly, good luck to people in the Middle East. But my concern and my responsibility is to foundational Black Americans. So let's continue that conversation. Carry on.
Yeah, because only white people do them gay parades in Caribbeans and shit. 'Cause I ain't met nobody personally that went to a gay parade walking around in a little chain suit. That ain't us. We don't do that.
They can't keep their women from coming here and participating in the behavior. They can't keep their citizens from coming here and participating in the behavior. So what does that have to? Black Americans didn't. I don't remember when we galvanized to have rights to show our ass in the street. So we view that just as we view that as debauchery, no different from what the Arabs are doing. So I don't even know why it would bring into a conversation how they view America. We don't care. Like I can't even. I don't know why Black Americans would ever say, well, they view it like, okay, we don't care. It's like the heck. I don't even. That doesn't. That's not an organic thought process for me as a Black American to wonder how these people are viewing the same America that it doesn't. It's weird. That whole angle of a conversation is very weird. That's not nothing that's
It is
in
weird.
my consciousness.
I feel like if they don't specifically say Black Americans, then you talking about white people automatically when you say America in most cases.
Exactly. And by the time you're talking about America, then you no longer these people willfully capitulate into America's system. So they no longer occupy the position to be able to critique anything. It's like, oh, you're saying America did this, this, and this, but your people come over here and then participate in it. So it's like, what are you talking about? It's all of these people come and participate in the same America that we're supposed to care about them having a negative opinion of.
That's the same thing they do up in Scandinavia. They had some course to train them not to rape the women because they made the never mind. They increased the rape over there. But their attitude is that a woman walking down the street with a sleeveless shirt on is enticing them to rape. So that's their perception that you're asking for it. You're asking me to rape you because I can see your arms. and your ankles. So that's their point of view. And yet they're in another land with different rules and different women, but their brains are so warped that they can't understand that they've been given a chance to not get a bomb dropped on their heads, and that they should be grateful and not walk around with the filter of their religion. Um, but they do it anyway. And they make themselves unwanted everywhere they go because of it. They look at everybody crazy, and then they do horrible dirt behind the scenes, like murder people, rape children, and do every manner of things.
I love I
So
am. I couldn't touch my phone at the moment, but you tripped me out with Americans galvanizing to shake their ass in the streets. That's classic. I'm writing that down. Carry on.
I'm trying to see who get frustrated over seeing a little ashy elbow. Like you ain't never seen no skin before. I know a lot of them couldn't deal with being in America. They gonna lose their mind. I understand why some of these foreigners are just going rapid because yeah, they can't control themselves. They have no self control.
Yep. And they will kill their own daughters. They put a bullet in their daughters' heads, strangle their daughters, suffocate their daughters, and make the other children watch and hold that secret because the girl put on modern clothing and went to school and didn't want to look like a freak. That's what their young girls get treated like trash.
But oh, let me take my. I can never really tell if anyone sounds good with the with the AirPods, so I always just take them off. But some you all were talking about the Bachabazis, which is like also AKA dancing boys. They literally the highest warlords. If you don't have a dancing boy, you're a nobody, and like that's a thing. In their YouTube videos, Professor, can I add it to the Jumbotron? Um,
Hold on, isn't
Yes.
Michigan trying to implement a Sharia law in one of their little counties where all the little Muslim people, all the little smiling people is?
They're going to get a foot implemented up their butt if they don't stop bothering the host country. Implement a Sharia law. I wish you would.
I know during the little protest they was out there having mandatory 5 day prayers. So I just can't see nobody pulling over in the middle of the street praying. In Texas, we gonna run you over. Like we
Good for
believe in
you.
we believe in road rage there.
Okay, go ahead. Great. Great heights.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to say this because I know I heard him earlier talking about uh man, I lost my train of thought. Thank you so much. But I heard him talking earlier about the women, about marriage or something. I can't remember exactly what the brother was saying. But this is from my understanding of as far as us being FBA in our culture when it come down to like women. I never perceived that we have a culture of oppressing women. And the reason why I say that is because I remember even in my earlier years, I would hear white guys, they would kind of say stuff like, y'all give women too much power, stuff like that right there. And then just to say this, just like he was saying earlier about all that pedophilia type stuff, this is what I believe personally. When men do not respect women and the God given creation of what it and how it's created, then it seems as if those cultures have a high rate of all these different type of sexual crimes, bestiality, all that stuff. So even here in the United States, like white culture really don't they don't really in my eyesight now. Correct me if I'm wrong. They don't appreciate women. They don't honor women. Cause I'm gonna say this and I'm laying my plane. I was thinking the other day is that when you see these white supremacists out doing all these marching, it's very, very rare, if all, that I remember seeing them. with women present. It's just like even that recent one here in Ohio when they was down, I think like in Columbus or something like that, and they was out there walking. I don't remember seeing no woman with them. But then I was thinking to myself the other day, I said, okay, whenever you seen the Black Panthers back in the day, you would see women with them. You see what I'm saying? So it's like people trying to pretend like it's like they were saying earlier, they try to throw a lot of stuff on us to try to make us seem like we are them. Like even in my own household, like, I'm just a muscle, but my wife can outthink me and I respect that. So when it come down to the logistics of doing this, doing that, we may be out doing business. My wife gonna pretty much do a lot of the talking 'cause my wife asks questions. Me, I just do stuff and it's done. You see what I'm saying? And so like even when we look at white supremacy, they just like they don't really like respect women whatsoever. That's just something that I see and I land my plane with that. Thank you for the
Well,
opportunity to speak.
you're right. And that's why white women had to have a women's rights movement because they were tired of getting treated like garbage, getting cheated on in their face with black slaves, a man having a bunch of children in the same house, Sally Hemings. Um, these types of things were done. They couldn't own property. They had to marry certain people that their fathers said to marry, or else they couldn't inherit, couldn't have a bank account, blah, blah, blah. The list goes on and on. Couldn't vote, weren't allowed to talk, sometimes weren't allowed to learn how to read or go to school, even if they were very bright. That's many movies about that. How the dumb son went to school and the smart daughter was just, relegated to getting married. So yeah, we do. We're not like the other cultures because we're in America. America just isn't into that. It's very advanced in terms of um, not having a lot of domestic abuse. You always have that because we still have animal urges, whether we like it or not. Men are bigger than women. Okay? It's as simple as that. They're bigger than us. So when people get angry, there's going to be a level of men using their strength to win arguments or to have their will. We have suppressed that more than any other cultures. It's just a thing. It's just a part of being a human being. Now, I know we don't like to accept that, but we do have animal urges, and that's why domestic violence happens in interpersonal relationships. But it happens less here because we have stiff penalties. People are, they get very angry, but they're not wanting to get arrested. They don't want to lose their possessions, so there's something to stop them. But in the other countries, it's okay. In fact, if you complain about it, your family gets on your case. They get mad at you if you say, "Hey, my husband punched me in the face." In fact, in India, a little girl was raped in a temple for several days. A temple, mind you. She was out. She was like a shepherdess. She was gathering her flock to take it back to the farm, and she was caught by some police officers who raped her over several days, drugged her, and when they found out who did it and they wanted justice, the Hindu people threatened them. They said, "You're not getting justice." Hindu women standing out there, "No, you're not putting our men in jail. No, we don't. We know he did it. That's not the point. We don't care."
Isn't that like Israel fighting, protesting rape prisoners?
Israeli men are anally raping um, Palestinian men and standing there with a straight face. Standing there with a straight face. They're not our culture. That's a strange dynamic. I haven't seen that before. I've seen rape in almost every war. I would be willing to bet that everyone during every war was raped. That's just part of the war. I don't know why. It's something about domination. But to rape the men, that's something new that I have not seen. Go ahead.
I think that's why so many tellers don't like. Tariq movie Bug Breaking, and they bring it up so much because it's part of their culture and they know it, and they hold a very they ashamed of it because they bring it here, and I feel like that's what made the little gay rights movement so powerful because they added so many immigrants from countries that allowed it or just been trying their best to suppress it because Obama went to every country said we gonna take that money away if y'all don't let these people get fruity with it, and it's like uh
That's a strange, strange bargaining tool. If you don't let everybody get gay over here, you ain't getting no money. What? Odd. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, love. I don't know who was next. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible co-host. I don't have any skills.
Let Savannah go.
Okay.
But you were first. No, it's fine. But yeah, no. Well, dang, no, you made me forget what I was about to say. It was important. Um, dang. So, yeah, you just really messed me up with that one. Someone else want to go?
We're talking about fruity stuff.
my
Oh yes.
bad.
Oh yes, yes. Okay, yes. Obama. Yes. Can we talk about how he didn't he has a brother who purposely lives in the slums in Kenya that he didn't even give like $50 to, and we all know $50 can go a long way in Kenya. Um, but he didn't even he never even like lifted or gave an olive branch. That's how grimy he is, and I can't believe people didn't really think to look more into his background. None of his siblings like him, and I just thought that was really interesting.
He
He
did
said
more
he
for his transgender babysitter growing up than
oh
his
my,
That
he
family.
had a transgender
clock it.
babysitter?
Yes, yes.
What? Hold up, hold up, hold up. He had a transgender babysitter?
Yeah, well, she she
I'm leaving the
she she
planet.
she was she was one of them lady boys, but know what I'm saying. She didn't dress up as a lady around him growing up, but she became a trans woman
Barack?
when she came to America.
Barack?
Yes, that he talks about
Yeah,
it. He talks about it. That's like one of the biggest reasons why
Oh
he fought
my
for it.
God. I never listened to Barack talk, so
that's
that's
probably
why I
why he
missed
was
it.
having them dreams about sleeping with men. They was just fantasies though.
But see, you notice how he told his white
Uh-huh.
girlfriend that, because he told his white girlfriend that. You notice how he told his white girlfriend that.
He's smart enough to know not to tell me. Okay. Okay. Who's next?
Well, while somebody else waiting, I just want to know why do uh them people in the Middle East like big booty sheeps and llamas, and
You just answered your own
and and
question.
and, and they have like little they have. I wouldn't call it like how we do it down here when we sell horses and cows, like rodeos. They they have some type of like little sheep get together where they have a whole lot of food and they just show off their little sheep and llamas with the big booties.
Those animals can't help it if they have nice butts.
Right. That's so judgmental. That we don't do that in this space. But am I the only one who used to grow up wanting like two horses? Like I feel like if I ever make it in life, I'm gonna have like at least two horses. Am I the only one?
Why
I
two?
I want a llama, so I don't know. I don't think anybody else wants a capybara and a llama.
They spit.
A big booty llama?
I don't know. Do they have flat-butted ones or they all have big butts?
Yeah, they got normal llamas, but them llamas over there in the Middle East, it's something with them little llamas. It's just, have you ever seen one of them videos where they be having them little events and they just be smacking on the llama booty and the sheep booty? I'm like, ew, why is y'all doing this?
Yeah, what are you? How are this? Where are you watching this? Is this coming up on like Instagram, Twitter?
YouTube and
Oh,
it be on X sometimes. Like like this white boy be posting like they little videos. Like he be posting videos of different countries and just he be narrating, talking shit about them. And he will narrate one of them videos, and I'm like, okay, I can focus this white boy what he's saying about this because it's like, what are y'all doing? Like, you about to funnel the sheep? Like, you about to go out to the back or something and give it a good time?
yeah. Let's talk about something else because I
I
don't.
saw a Nigerian
Ooh.
man have face to face sex with a cow. So, face to face, that's different. The cow was on its back. So,
Oh,
they're really, really in love right now.
oh, how you do that?
It was very weird.
I wish I had the throwing up emoji. I was on my MacBook and I couldn't figure out how to change the skin tones. So that's why you probably saw the
Oh no,
whiteness.
you can't change the skin tones
That's
on the damn
annoying.
laptop. It is.
See,
Savannah,
that's
I
white
have said
supremacy
that
right there.
before.
That's white supremacy.
I've said that before in spaces that I wish I had the barf emoji because they don't. All the ones that they have don't allow you to adequately express. It's like sometimes people say stuff and it's just like, well, which one do I choose for that? I really want to do a throw up emoji, but y'all don't have it.
These are basic white people emotions. They don't know other emotions than this, and a couple of thrill emojis.
They don't get grossed out like we do.
I mean, they don't use washcloths, and they proud about it.
Listen, when I heard that they said that was a poor thing, because the white people in Cleveland they use washcloths. To listen, you gonna get flamed, you gonna get made the fuck up. But don't come around and wash those legs, clean between those toes. Make sure you brush that tongue. Like we was getting people together, and like that's why I'm always confused whenever they say stuff about like Tariq was talking about that how in middle school. Like if anything, it was done out of love. Like I remember there were teachers who would literally bring like deodorant and toothpaste and whatnot to help kids out because unfortunately things just weren't getting talked about at home, or they just weren't trying to assimilate to the culture. No, we wear deodorant here. We brush our teeth here. We hygiene regularly.
That is witchcraft. We do not use deodorant.
Stop. See again, and then like to hold on to something that happened in middle school, like that's just crazy. Like I don't know. I
They have the nerve to think the term African booty scratcher. Fools, you're not, we wouldn't even make up a term for you.
we called each other that because we
Yeah,
never
that
really
had
went to
nothing to
school with
do with them. They
Africans.
weren't even around. So
Jinx, you
they
owe me a
literally
soda.
think somebody cared enough to make up an ethnic bigoted term against them. It's going to get used on you now since you made such a stink about it, and we had to make up another one for you because of your bad behavior.
That's why I feel bad with people that were the only kids. They didn't have siblings. See, I was fortunate to be the third youngest of eight because I watched and learned the game. And then, just to let somebody just keep flaming you, no. You got to have something to come back with. And then that's when, people respect you a bit more.
Wait, the third youngest? How much roasting did you get?
Listen, I'm arts. Listen, when my brother used to watch WWE, right? He used to practice on me because everybody was like older than us. So I used to get practiced on, right? Um, I used to get beat up, right? That's how I learned. I mean, and then also too, it didn't help that because I was always tall. He felt like he could do that, right? I was tall for my age, and so he used to take advantage of that. But I'm grateful for him because he taught me how to fight. But yeah, man, they used to talk about my forehead, so that's why I embrace my forehead. What else they used to talk about?
Savannah, are you my sister? Like, what the
Listen, I
hell?
mean, I'm saying, listen, my dad, listen, my dad
I'm
did tell
from
me,
Ohio. I'm from Cleveland.
my dad did tell me he got two, but they would be older than me. They would probably be like 45 and 50. But my
I'm
dad was he was that
Hey,
nigga.
that
So
was
I
flipping.
definitely have met some people, especially when I was at Ohio State Sims. Man, related to a lot of Sims. Um, and then Williams, obviously. Um, my mama's family is Birch, but
Pops was an Ohio player.
man, listen, Andy was a dope boy. So, I mean, and that was just one of the biggest things that like a lot of people want to get on Jordan Neely. My dad could not take me in because of the simple fact he had a record, right? Never. He had to raise me and provide for me through Western Union. He had to raise me over the phone like we was in jail, you know. So like that whole thing of like separating families, that's a thing. Maybe his father didn't have the opportunity to raise him, and so that's why I always like try to think and look at all the situations, because a lot of people don't understand black fathers have no rights, they have no say so, they have no, but if you think about it, they have no mind taking their money. They'll take their money in a heartbeat. And so yeah, especially in Ohio, they'll put the father on child support even if the kid's in the system. But yeah.
Now, I will say though that where I grew up, because Cleveland is a metropolitan area and comprised of many different smaller cities. But where I grew up, I spent the night at my white friend's house. They didn't have a single washcloth in the house.
I told
Okay.
my mom to come pick me up.
Um,
They was like, Savannah, a sleepover, you stay the night. But I was like, but okay, but like I want to take a shower. Yeah, but yeah, you go ahead. The soap and everything. I said, but okay, but where's the washcloth? And they're like, here's. And I'm like, this too big. This like, oh, but you said you wanted to. Okay, but this
As a
this is a
hand towel.
towel. And they listen. I called my mama. I was like 7 years old, and I lived on the west side at this time. I lived on Marvin, two stores down from store where Fidel Castile. But the sad part about it is, I used to walk to school. I used to go to Denison Elementary. He was a bus driver, so he would have never came in contact with me. And y'all already know my mom's story. She was a victim of Anthony Sowell. So it's just like the way the world works. It's funny. God is funny, man. He's so funny. And
my
so,
mom, I'm sorry. But
no,
my
I'm good.
mom's coworker. So I grew up hearing about this white woman that was my mom's coworker, and she was like a white trash person or whatever, and used to be hating. My mom dressed really nice, for TMI. So, she used to be hating on my mom or whatever. But it turned out that she was actually, her last name is Castro, and she was actually she was married to the brother of that guy who had Samantha Berry and all of them locked up in the house or whatever. Like,
Oh my
And they
God.
swore up and down they didn't know. They swore up and down they
they
didn't know. But see,
no.
I'm gonna tell you something. The last foster home that I was in, and this is, you could look it up. Her foster son got indicted for 2 counts of rape for raping his own cousin, right? And this is the type of debauchery that I had to witness, and that I stopped. This dude purposely waited until I went to college to do this, right? Mind you, these are the Puerto Rican Dominican people that talk about us. She used to say to me, she's like, the only way black people can be successful if they sell drugs. First off, don't, don't, because that's one of the biggest things that a lot of people don't realize, the anti-blackness that's like perpetuated in the system. And they allow these immigrants to come over, and they're the ones that's quote unquote trying to quote unquote influence us, and calling us little negritos and caca, and all this other stuff and whatnot. um it's really disheartening because nobody wants to talk about it. It's very discomforting. It's very not tolerable. Half the people lose their minds. They're on drugs. They're homeless. They don't have access to the things to even have these conversations. So it's and it's sad because the resources that need to go to our kids, they're giving to illegal immigrants. And that's why I feel so strongly about this. I feel so strongly about this.
Well, I'm glad things are going our way.
Yeah, well, see, my mom, the sad part about it is they knew about Anthony so well, right? That's why he got kicked out the army. He got, but they didn't want to have that on paper because he was going and doing it to the people over in the different countries or whatever, and to his own coworkers in the army, right? He was raping his own coworkers in the army, and that's why he got sent out. But it sucks because had they really took and punished him, my mom would have never, ran across him. She's alive. She survived. She can tell her story. Um, but the way they did it, though, I don't know if you all, I don't know if anybody's familiar with that story. Love I Am, you probably know. But Oxygen did a botched documentary about it. Um, anyways, I don't even want to talk about it. Ugh. But yeah, it's really bad. And then like the human trafficking of it all. Like the last girl that I was like with, she got pimped out by a dude 10 times her or 2 times her age, right? And so it's one of those things where they don't want to talk, like they don't talk about it, but it is so easy to traffic a kid. Like you could just take a kid out of the school and nothing will ever come of it, right? Um, I lived all over Cleveland. I mean, I'm from the east side primarily.
That's very strange, Savannah. That's some synchronicity. I'm like literally reading and evaluating an article that says domestic minor sex trafficking. Like as you say that, I picked it up to read and evaluate it. Very weird. Carry on.
Well, I mean,
Synchronicity.
oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead, Bonnie.
No, I said another synchronicity.
Oh, yeah. And then, I mean, when you really look at it, a lot of these social workers are in on it. These teachers are in on it. So when you heard about that story about the doctor who got arrested in Cleveland Clinic, and all his co-conspirators were teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers, they have to all be in on it for it to work so well, right? Um, for me, I think the reason why they couldn't really get me is because I never shut up. I was always on it. A lot of foster parents used to hate me because I used to call them out on a lot of the BS. Like, you only want to feed me ramen noodles and whatnot. um, and Cheerios, that's not happening. Because of the simple fact you're feeding your kids hot meals, right? And that's what they're doing to foundational Black Americans in these foster homes. And then people want to say, oh, they're acting up. Oh, they don't want to act right. Look at what's going on. Look at the behaviors, right? And then a lot of these white people take us in and they treat us. I mean, brown people too. That's why that's like this whole coalition has failed. They treat us like mammies. They'll take in 10, 15 kids at a time if they can. And am I chewing gum? No, but I am. Somebody asked me if I'm chewing gum. I'm sorry, y'all. Do I sound mush mouth?
No, no, you don't. Not to me.
No.
Okay. Um, but the yeah. So yeah, and so basically you are charged with taking care of all the kids, right? And the chores. And it's basically just like labor. And then on top of that, that's why, a lot of kids cannot finish school. They drop out because it's like they can't focus. So there's so many different things at play. And I'm not gonna lie, I liked Kamala. I thought Kamala was cool. I was so naive because they talked about that whole like missing school program. They were gonna help the parents figure out why their kids are missing schools and not quote unquote turn it to what it was, arresting people and criminalizing them. Because I thought they were really about to go in and really look what it was. Like, kids are not going to school because they don't want to. They can't either. Their parents don't have reliable transportation, or they live in a dangerous community. Like, there's certain community streets where it's like, if your brother is affiliated or whatnot, you're just not supposed to walk down. Like, and if your school's that way and you need somebody to drive you, and like there's so many different things like a lot of people don't know, like the gangs, like it's not 100% in Cleveland. The Latinos and Dominicans, do a lot of them do not like the Black people, especially the Arab communities. Like if like I don't know, like it's really bad.
That's why they need to be put back on their heels. How dare you come to this country and form some kind of hatred toward people that have been here the whole time? That's why they need to feel unwanted, uncomfortable, unsure. Yeah, stop squatting your babies out here because they may not get citizenship.
They're predatory towards the young girls, right? Um,
Oh, yeah, of course.
like I just remember just being 10 years old. Again, I was always tall for my age and being solicited by these grown ass Arab men in these stores, and it's just like that's why everybody talk about some. Oh, they always talk about how we're degenerate and they judge us. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because if you from Cleveland, everybody know that one girl who getting picked up from the Pakistan the Arab dude, the Palestinian dude, the Jordan dude, or whatever, and he's shopping and throwing money on her. They doing it too. Nasties.
Indio, did you want to go?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep,
I'm what I had to I'm way off topic.
that's okay.
oh, okay. I wanted to ask about something you said the other day. I was listening in. I think it was either yesterday or a couple days ago. You were talking about a global caste system. Like, what is that? Like, can you explain that
Yes,
global caste system
I
and how
sure
we
can.
don't? It doesn't pertain to us or some weird stuff. Like, can you explain it?
1 minute. Let me go look it up.
Cat's at my door trying to kill me. Go away, kitty.
Also, too,
Yep.
fun fact. I know the reason why I know Beyonce got Dominican friends. My my like foster quote unquote foster sister, her cousins are friends with Beyonce. If y'all know that viral pic where the dude with the long boots and he's like always like seen like with Salon and whatnot. Like yeah, that's like how close and small Black America is.
Yep. Um, so basically, West Africans and Caribbeans submit to Afro-Asiatic, East Africans, Arabs, Europeans, Asians, Indians, Hispanics, and Russians. Any questions?
I don't really understand. It was a list of. Can you explain that a little bit better? I don't really understand what.
Um, like if, uh, like I said, West Africans and Caribbeans will bow down. They will not confront Asians, Arabs, Europeans, Indians. They don't confront them on those islands. They allow them to um, talk down on them, take their properties, tell them not to sell their own fruit and that they have to buy from them, and they go in the store and treat them like garbage. And they come over here with those weak minded attitudes.
What are they submitting to?
Anything.
Why are they doing that?
They're weak.
That's weird.
East Africans, they bow down to Arabs. So an Arab will come. I've seen this like in my, in real life and on the app. These East Africans were arguing and fussing with me about something in the Quran. And an Arab guy came in, he was a scholar, and he came in and said, no, she's right. This, that, and the other thing. And they didn't say a peep. They always do that. When Arabs come in, they get real quiet
Why is that? Why is it? Is it just
because
weak?
they're low life bullies and bitches.
And
They're not they're
specifically
not
Arabs?
real they're not real individuals. They're
Okay,
weak. You're
and
not
this is a
supposed to bend down to anybody like that.
okay, and
Um,
this is
of course, they bend down to Europeans um, and Asians, Indians, and Russians if they were to encounter them, which they wouldn't probably. Uh, Asians and Indians. submit to Arabs, Europeans, and in some ways Hispanics. Like I'll see situations out here, and it's kind of because of the numbers. So out here, it may not be that way all over, but because we have so many Hispanics, the Asians just bend down and do whatever they say. And they'll beat them up too. So they share neighborhoods together out here, and they physically intimidate them. Even though we have Asian gangs, they still intimidate them in our neighborhoods. So you follow me so far?
Kind of. So this is what, how is this a global system? Like you said, the system.
That's how they operate globally. Um, Again, Hispanics submit to Arabs, Europeans, and Russians. So in times of peace, Hispanics will claim to be Europeans, and then when someone gets on their ass, they'll claim to be people of color. So they flip flop back and forth, depending on this comedic person is giving a lot of thumbs down. Want
Yeah,
to
I
come
see.
up? You got a problem? Just know this, West Africans are the lowest of the low. They bend down and knuckle down to everybody. Okay, so back to what I was saying.
Do you think it's the
Um,
leftover remnants of the Portuguese caste system? Because
no, they actually have had this caste system. When the Arabs started going over to East Africa trading, they did what is called, what I consider a soft invasion. They didn't outright invade everywhere, but they went over and traded and set up shop and heavily influenced these people so that their minds are warped and they think it's more prestigious to be Arab. They just threw whatever culture they had up in the air and submitted to what Arabs were talking about. Um, so, I mean, I don't know. That's them. They apparently they don't have a strong enough culture to say, no, this is what we're doing over here, and we're not going to do what you're saying. Thanks for the spices and move along. But they didn't say that. So Arabs do the same thing. Arabs and Israelis submit to Europeans. And in times of peace, Arabs and Israelis will claim to be white, European status. But in times of war, they will both claim to be minorities and people of color and everything. In fact, one of these bills that the Jewish people put out says that they're not white. You can't call them white and you can't call them rich. You can't say that they have things to do with banking, but they
yeah,
do.
that's anti-Semitic somehow, even though it's
Right.
true.
So Native Americans and Pacific Islanders submit like scared women to Europeans. But in times of peace, Native Americans and Pacific Islanders align with European descent power structures. So even though they will say, at least Native Americans will say these things like, oh, the white man, this and that, and have all these statements, they prize, because I've been around them, they prize being able to pass for white. So they're brainwashed and colonized in the brain as well. They think it's cool. This woman literally sat there and said, when I'm in Texas, I can pass for white, but when I'm over here, I can't. Like, I don't care. You look like a dumpy fool no matter where you go. Anyway, so that's how they think. Um, she was built like that cheddar cheese roll guy. We've been looking at those built like a Mexican thread, which was
Oh, that shit
shockingly
been getting
true.
on my nerves. They do not have no type of body.
Oh
All
my
of them look
God.
like sack of potatoes and grocery bags.
They look like a lot of things, and it was all bad. They had to pull out some swimsuit models to get us off their ass. They said, "Oh hell no. Check this out." Yeah, we don't know if she's Mexican though. There's probably somebody else you trying to throw up and say it's a Mexican. No, 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 no. I need to see some paperwork. Because I've been looking at them. They come out, they're 12 years old, built like a sack of potato. Forget the having the baby part. That ain't got nothing to do with it. They built like a sack of potatoes, and the men are no different. Our men tease them relentlessly at the gym because they can't build muscle. So, anyway, Australian natives and Northern Hemisphere Inuits pretty much submit to Europeans, but they kind of avoid the power structures as a form of resistance. They're not strong enough to, out and out resist them, but they don't really align with them either. They kind of like just try to stay out of the out of trouble. They don't really want to have anything to do with them if they had their choice. They're not very eager to align for whatever reasons. We don't know why. Russians are supposed to like knuckle under to Europe, but they don't. They won't do it. And there's nothing you can do about it. They're very proud, and they refuse to be just another European country. They're their own people, and they have made it clear. Um, and that brings us to Black Americans. Black Americans submit to no one. Um, and people with African descent will come over here and tell us that we're supposed to. No, how come you're not doing? You're fighting too much. Stop protesting. You're saying too many things. Don't talk about slavery anymore. Oh, you're making the white people mad. They're sick. See, they want us to be part of the global caste system, but we have rejected it. We're not involved in it, and they are. They are deeply involved, and we're not. So we have this in common with Russia. We're at a standoff with white supremacy, and Russians are at a standoff with European supremacy. So that's where we stand right now.
It's it's interesting you say that because it kind of reminds me of when they started coming up with the concept of these pan globalist uh separate ideologies like the Pan African, the Pan European, then the Pan Asian ideology. And when you look at, because that was the same time as when they so called was doing the scramble for Africa, and it it's interesting because they only did it because they were trying to stop Germany and Russia from being equal to the rest of Europe and the European powers like France, Spain, and Britain. So and now the only one left that didn't join after the two world wars is Russia and somewhat us, because we didn't nobody really want us to fight with them. So we really just fought with whatever country will allow us to fight. Well, whatever country America sent us to, and they people picked us up. We started out with the French, and then we went over to Germany and helped them, and then we went over to Spain, went over and Mexico blew up some shit. Like wherever we went, I kind of understand why some people have a little bit of animosity because America wouldn't be as strong as it was unless the American Negro did go to all these countries and kicked ass. Because we thought we were fighting for equality when we got back, but we ended up getting the same thing. So that correlates with the numbers of how many black people actually join the army now, because we have lost and gain a disdain towards the country itself because we never ever get a piece of the spoils of war. Because it kind of remind me of this interview the special PBS special I was watching Jesse Jackson back in the '90s or the '80s, whenever he was running for president, and they was asking him, do he think it was a good idea for him to go overseas and get some hostages and do some diplomatic stuff? And he was like, this is what I do. I'm a diplomat. And after that, you see that's when he started going downhill, and he just started capitulating to whatever the white power structure or the little small head people wanted him to do. And now you see they They trying to take over the push Rainbow Push organization, which it was coming to Dallas, and they didn't like how because one thing I can say about the little preacher down here, he ain't really too much with the little LGBTQ stuff all the way. So I understand why they took it away from him and tried to give it back to his kids.
Okay.
Hey, Kemetic, what would you like to talk about, Mister from New York?
Yeah. So, Money, I'm unfamiliar with you. I've been doing my research on you for the last couple of weeks,
Oh
and
Lord,
Oh, you Puerto
no, no,
Rican?
no,
You Puerto
no,
Rican,
I'm
my
not.
friend? You Dominican?
the committed
I'm not.
Puerto Rican. What a
Uh,
confusing
uh,
on
uh,
one
uh,
second.
uh,
second.
How you doing, Comedic? I got a couple of questions for you. We got a little tradition yes, on our show. yes, Miss Allen. What's your lineage? My lineage is um Cuban, Dominican, and FBA. Okay, all right. And what do you identify as?
Not with that accent.
I need to slap my face
I,
emoji just one
I
time.
identify as a ethnogenesis. You know, I'm mixed.
Okay. If you
Yeah.
don't shut up.
What's your father?
My father's a foundational Black
Oh,
American.
he's.
He a
I wasn't
foundational
raised with my
immigrant.
father.
You wouldn't have all those tongues if your daddy was black.
I wasn't raised with my father.
How
This
many
is what I'm
tongues you
trying
got
to
in your mouth? One or two?
Mani. The ad hominems is not right. I'm here to have an
I
adult
like ad
conversation with you
Hold
hominems.
on, hold on. If you don't know your daddy, then how you know what all you mix with?
because I'm close to my paternal side. My grandmother, my grandfather. I was raised with my grandfather. I used to go to
Hmm.
see him
So
in
You
Brooklyn
so
sound
how
real
you know
stressed.
daddy ain't no immigrant just cause you got a little chocolate up in you?
because I know my family in Florida and everything. So, and I was
Florida.
raised. The reason why my
Wait, wait,
accent,
Oh,
I was
whoa.
wait a minute. Hold on, hold on. Florida. What state is that?
Florida.
You said you close with your paternal, but don't know your father.
No, my father wasn't in my life. He started a new family in Virginia.
He
Papa was
trolling us,
born
y'all.
in Europe. You lying.
So pops from Florida though.
All
He
my
can't.
paternal family comes from Florida.
I don't
Oh,
like
so
your
they
accent.
came over here on some shanty boats from
What part of Florida? Sanford. Sanford. I don't know Sanford. Is that
it sound like some
south or?
Sanford and Son shit.
No, it's actually in Central Florida. Central. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Most foundational Black Americans are from Tallahassee. I'm gonna leave that alone. What's on your mind, Comedic? Yeah, Wani, I don't like with the things that you were saying about first of all the racial hierarchy and also the role
Yes.
Hispanics play.
Yes.
Also five.
Yes. What did you disagree with?
I disagree that you say that we play like a three-card Monte game. It's a word that you and Tariq like to use.
I
The
didn't say
three-card
three.
Monte.
I didn't say three card Monty, but you damn
Oh,
well do. Are you
you
denying that you jump in and out of blackness like hopscotch?
no, you try to say that
I didn't
we.
try to say it. I did say it.
Yeah, I'm denying it because some of us are we have black skin and we
So,
discriminate against based off
oh,
that.
guess what? I don't care.
And Wani,
Go fight.
like I said,
Go fight the white Hispanics and leave us alone. We already had our fight.
and like I told you, Wani, I did my research on you and I
Hmm.
found out the reason why you hate Pan-Africanness and
Hmm.
the reason why
Hmm.
you hate
Yes.
global blackness. I found out is
Hmm.
because of the controversy with you being the most traveled black woman. That
Yes.
one woman trying to take that certification away from you has nothing to do with the global black world. You and Tariq, you both used your personal experience. Hold on, I don't know what this dude is talking about. And
That's fine.
there's something called a stooge. Let somebody look up the word stooge for me and read the definition. What is stooge?
Like Three Stooges.
Yeah, because he just got stooge. Like he jumped in and out of blackness. Like I mean, he certainly. Let me look up the definition.
A
Stooge.
person who serves merely to support or assist others, particularly in doing unpleasant work.
Yeah, he stooged. Like he criticized you about what he criticized you about. And then he did it. He jumped in and out of blackness.
Now, I'll address what he's saying. That is absolutely true. Prior to that African woman attacking me like a rabid beast, I was a Pan African minded person. Did I have on a dashiki? No. Did I have on a kufi? No. But I thought that I wanted to help people in Africa and wherever they were poor. I didn't care who they were. If they had a need, I would go there or make something happen or do a micro loan or do something. Okay? It didn't matter. If they said, hey, we want $700 to have a sewing store, I would do a micro loan. And you know, with those micro loans, they pay it back. All you have to do is give it to them temporarily. They pay you back. They feel good about paying you back. They feel good about having their store. Everybody's happy. I had nothing against anybody, even though I knew people were racist, okay? But I still felt that I wanted to do that. But when that woman did that to me and had a whole posse of African women chasing me around the internet, screaming and putting comments under everything, and then I found this group of people that said, she's FBA. She's ADOS. And I said, what's that? I looked it up. It said ADOS said I was autistic. And I said, what are you talking about? I'm not autistic. Why are they calling me autistic? And then I found out ADOS was not was something else. Anyway, that's when I discovered that people were uplifting their lineage. And I also found out a lot of the vitriol that I had experienced was something that was very common for Black Americans to experience. And that kind of turned my life around from the direction that it was. And here I am. I feel like I'm doing the right thing. I have no regrets, and I'm going to continue to do so. Any questions? Well, I don't think you're doing the right thing. I think that you Why are at a not? vulnerable state. Why not? What am I doing wrong? Money, let's be serious. For the last, I've been listening to Tariq Spaces for the last 2.5 years, and you have Mm-hmm. never, you said the most vile, disgusting things about Mm-hmm. Africans. You're one of the Mm-hmm. most Mm-hmm. nastiest women in the community when Mm-hmm. it comes down to this.
Shut
They
the
come to
fuck
you.
up.
Right. I'm sorry. They doing
Shut the fuck up.
That's all I
Wanda,
heard.
Wanda, you just wanna. I just wanna cry about you because Wanda, you know, you one of the worst people in the community, and I just don't like the fact that because it just you be hurting my feelings and stuff when you be talking about like all the Africans and why you be saying all that stuff. I've been hurting to read for 2.5 years. Okay, hold on, full disclosure, I'm a member of the LGBTQ community, and I have a really
Oh,
fucked up New
Lord.
York accent.
I just happened to
So,
look over and saw that that was average. I thought that was this. I
I
wasn't even
know.
looking.
He always
I
does.
didn't even realize that was average. That average was on stage. My goodness.
Oh,
Man, that's all I heard was. I'm glad you stepped in, my brother. Lord,
now,
I was getting a whole lot of sass and zestiness, and I'm like, man, Professor up here, like that's a whole man. He say some of the same things. Like I've been saying the same things. Like what's going on?
He
what
he
is
can
it
do.
that
He
I
can
said?
impersonate almost anybody.
He can. It's crazy good. Now, comedic, what is it that I said that you found so? Is it what I said or the viciousness that I feel in my heart about it? Is It's a mixture of both. okay. It's a viciousness.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to dismiss pretty soon. Anyway, y'all forgive the abnormal crashes that happened today. I'm in a new environment at a new property that's in the woods, and I was in a room that I didn't get really good reception in, so I'm in another room right now. So I'm gonna let y'all have your closing remarks, and we will close the space for today. I know several people wanted to come up and display their knowledge. Um, I saw Black Truth. Forgive me if I get you out of order. Go ahead, Black Truth. What's on your mind, man?
Salute family, salute brother professor, Nikki the God. I saw Wani earlier. I'm not sure if
You
he's
see this? It is
back.
acting a fool again. Nikki, can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Wani is down there on the bottom.
I'm
There
on the
she is.
top.
There's Wani right there.
I was getting cussed out, and now I don't remember where we were in the cussing out.
I just remember Dominican Cuban talking about da 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 da. So I really couldn't. I made out a little bit of what he said, but it just was so much sassiness and zestiness going on. It just was hurting my ears.
The space is about to crash
You
again. I'm
said
just
you
letting you
having
know.
a God.
The
What
space
is
is about to
wrong?
crash again. I can
What is
tell that it's about to
wrong?
Is
crash.
Elon mad because we talking about his tethers?
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna until we get the problem fixed, I'm gonna start opening the spaces. Come on
Okay.
up, Melanie. Y'all can stay up until the space crashes.
It says it's having problems.
I just wanted to point out real quick with that tether troll who came in here attempting to defame or attack indirectly Wani. If you pay attention when you're on a mobile device or when you're on a computer, the default setting of the reactions as far as the thumbs and everything, they're all yellow, right? You know, is anyone, everyone
Yep,
else has the
for
That's
same
white
thing,
correct.
right?
people.
And
Yep,
he
Now,
turned
just like
his
that
white.
person, as Wani was talking about people playing the three card Monte game, which they do, this dude was saying he had black skin, yet when you look at his reactions, he actively chose to not go with the yellow option, but he actively chose to change it to the whitest one that's available. So just wanted to point that out. It's a sick
hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. We got a new house, my wife and I, in the middle of the woods, and all of a sudden my space started. I don't understand it. Actually, I have full bars. I was gonna dismiss the space right when it started acting a fool. So I'm sorry that this is atypical. I usually have these type of issues when I was driving back and forth to Memphis, but I'm all moved out of Memphis now. So this is interesting. I don't understand it. I'm gonna have to delete the app and re-add it because we got like some crazy Wi-Fi at the new house. So I don't have a strong signal, cell phone signal, but I got 100% Wi-Fi. So I'm really confused as to why it did that. So forgive me, that's atypical. And next time I start the space, I'll either use my laptop or I'll do it from another location. But I was gonna close. I think Black Truth had something to say.
Salute family. I'm not sure if you caught what I was saying in the last space. I was just pointing out real simply that the very guy who was semi-attacking Wani and calling her pretty much xenophobic and saying how he didn't like that she pointed out and Brother Tyreek pointed out the three-card Monte game. He literally actively changed his thumbs and the actual, I guess, skin of the emojis that you have on Twitter. If you're watching the replay, you probably weren't seeing it, but you automatically get yellow, but he changed it from that to the lightest skin possible. So,
Wow.
while he was Right. talking about having black skin and we were discriminated because we black and all this kind of talk, he was actively, you know, pretty much self-hating, and just wanted to point that out. All the tethers are the same. They all play these games. But anyway, I'll go ahead and land.
What up, Wony? I What's appreciate you, Black Truth.
Hello.
All
Hello. Hello.
What's popping?
Are
right,
you
we're gonna.
another stalker, sir?
Now I'm not a stalker. She, if she has a good memory, she know who
Yes,
this is. Hold
can't
on.
tell.
MJ, hold on one second. You kind of a little out of order. First and foremost, what's your lineage, MJ? Oh yeah, this is a proud Haitian American brother right here, brother.
Oh,
So The
Lord.
original, the original so blacks. this is The by first this. people to call themselves Hold black and on, shit. You know. slow down. By this you mean you, right? Oh yes, sir. Okay, so you're saying you're Haitian. Okay. Yes, sir. Uh, Yes, sir. we're wrapping the stage up. We've gone for quite a while, and I'm gonna let you have last words. You had something you want to say, MJ? Now, respect to the African Americans first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? Pan Africanism will never die because
And we
we
not
we
end on a
we
list.
understand the strength and unity of Black folks. He said Pan Africanism, and I kicked him off the stage. Uh,
Can I just say something? I'll be real
that's
quick.
all I needed to hear. Go ahead. Who was that just spoke?
It was me, Brother Wise. My name is Brother Wise. First of all,
Go
I
ahead.
did want to say I'm glad you made it to Atlanta. I was in the space where you were driving there, and I did say a little prayer for you, brother. I'm so happy you made it because I remember you saying
Oh,
your wife was in front of you
oh,
and everything, and the space had cut out, or I think you cut the space out, or whatever happened. But
you're so
I
sweet.
appreciate it, brother. That's that family. That's
Oh,
that's that Majar spirit right there. Yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah.
that's sweet.
We moved to Atlanta, and yeah, we have a
Mm.
property in the middle of the woods, and I don't know that was like awkward. So
yeah,
It
I
could be those ghosts and aliens that's coming to get you. You know.
yeah, Georgia. Jay call
Oh,
it the Georgia jungle. I heard somebody call it that because I live in Georgia as well. But what I was gonna say
I'm gonna
was
get you, Nikki.
what I was gonna say was this conversation, this whole thing sometimes becomes a cluster of different ideas and concepts and I believe those different concepts be having different origins. So, at the end of the day, this whole thing called consciousness, what we're doing, if we're being thinking people in the black community, the whole point is to be a student. So a lot of people, just like that one brother who came up insulting the sister, he didn't come up with the open heart to want to learn. He came up with the open with wanting to tell you something. And that right there is ego in itself.
You know what
Right.
I'm saying? But I just wanted to say this. What I mean by the cluster of origins is a lot of things are contextual, and there's facts and different things that happen, that we can, trace back. Like, there's a brother, I'm from Pittsburgh, if you've heard me speak before. There's a brother by the name of Henry Oswald Turner. He painted the picture called The Banjo Lesson, where it's the old man sitting there with the young black boy, and he's teaching him the banjo. Well, he moved to France in 1897. All right, that's a pin right there. Moved to France. And in 1900, there was a Negro exhibition. Some of you might know this, but there was something called the American Negro Exhibition in France. They had like a carnival or whatever in France, but there was a brother there, and he was working with W.E.B. Du Bois, and they had a Negro exhibition. It was over 500 patents, of from things that we had done up until that point, 35 years from slavery or whatever. And in that same year, there was a Pan-African conference that W.E.B. Du Bois was also a part of. So it's just context. I'm looking at the Industrial Revolution that happened in Europe, but it was more sped up in America. I'm still, like I said, I'm a student, so I'm still doing research. But based off my research, this is what I got. And then Africa being colonized, what, 1520, with the Berlin Conference. But the first African independent nation or country was Ghana in 1959, and they attribute that work to Kwame Nkrumah, who went to a HBCU. You know what I'm saying?
Brother, I hate to cut you short, but we might talk a little bit. I know a lot about the whole issue you're talking about, and I've done a whole documentary on W. Du Bois. So we
Right.
might
I
t-
just
we might
I,
we
I
might
just
talk
wanted to
about that
say.
tomorrow.
Right. I just want to say this is a healing process, and it's something that just should be understood on both sides. Like, we understand, where y'all coming from and the comfort that you had, and that may in some way be able to get in maybe the future again. But you got to respect this. You got to respect this healing process that has we had gone through. We got to go through. So
Oh yeah,
that's all I'm
we're gonna go through it together. I'm gonna
saying.
give the black last words, and I'm gonna shut the space down for tonight. And we'll be back up tomorrow at another location where it won't crash like this again.
Victims of programming. We all are victims of programming at this
I
point.
totally agree with that. The black, what's up?
I just want to say I hope everybody have a great night. And Warner, it seems like you got a whole lot of Caribbean stalkers, and we gotta protect our sister because they are very aggressive.
Oh, they fuck with her. They got to deal with me, and they don't know what they fucking with when they deal
Yes,
with me.
sir. You know what I'm saying? Because I really think it's just the sassiness just seems like they hating on you a little bit because you are, you know what I'm saying, very well traveled and you have in-depth knowledge of these people culture and you tell the truth so calmly, like, you know what I'm saying, like one of them answer machine people. It's so calmly and cool and you don't get frustrated when you say it. So it's like that's what add the extra like to it. And it's beautiful. I love it. I like when they get frustrated and they get the it's just it be so funny to me. And I just hope everybody have a good night. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait for the space tomorrow and the knowledge that we gain.
Oh yeah, we gonna crank it up,
Thank
scholar
you.
wise. Wani, Nikki, y'all got any last words?
Good night, everybody.
Good night, y'all. Peace out.
Peace.